But if you can't expect that in the next day itself. So you have to do it every day, and then make sure, compare with yourself and see if you are making a progress. If you are doing it for 10 seconds yesterday, am I able to do 11 seconds tomorrow or in a week's time? So that is the continuous learning. Don't give up and do it continuously. Any learning is possible. Okay. Now, which skill from school days? I don't think, mic is working. Maybe I have to bend down and talk. Which skill from school days do you all remember? Any skill that you remember? Give me some answers. Sollupa, edanalu okay. Just tell me. Sorry? No, I didn't hear. Overnight study, okay. That's a skill from school days. I'm asking about some, maybe it can be a sport, anything. What is that you remember from school days? Communication. Sports can be particular. Sports is a general term. Skating. Then, who said skating? Yeah. What else? Throw ball. Anything else? Learning. Okay. Anything else? Sports can be particular. Okay, if you ask me, I will say this. How many of you know to ride a cycle? Everyone. Most of them. Okay. Now, you have not touched your cycle at all for the past 3 years. After you came to college, you were not able to ride. Somebody said skating. You didn't have an opportunity to do skating at all for 2-3 years. Throw ball you practiced. You didn't practice it for 2-3 years. And I am sure Madhu, who's an organizer, she said she's boxing. She didn't practice at all for the past 2-3 years. Fine. You didn't touch those things at all for 2 to 3 years. Now I say that there's a cycle over there, or you go back home. You go back to your home to see your skateboard. Will you be able to do it? Will you be able to ride it? Yes or no? Yes. Why is that we are able to do that? Because it's the way we have studied it. We have learnt it. Okay. Cycle. How many of you know that there is a Wikipedia page on how to ride a cycle? There is a page. These are screenshots from that page. Wiki how to ride a cycle. The surface has to be flat, smooth, comfortable. There should be no traffic. And then you have to keep your legs straight, 90-degree perpendicular, wear a helmet, keep your eyes straight, and then do a circular 360-degree motion. This is how you learn cycling? Or this way? This way. Somebody will be holding us and will be like, no, don't leave. I might fall. And we will never know when they left, and half the time, most of the time, we would have fallen and we would have learned. Any sport for that matter, we would have learned it that way. Okay. We are able to remember that because that's the practical way of learning. And still there are many places, colleges I have visited, students write their program before entering into the system. Okay. It's okay if you want to write some notes, but I don't want you to write the entire syntax. See, most of the examples I give might be from computer science, that's my background. Software engineering is what I do. But I think this is applicable for anything, any field, anything that you learn. Okay. Do it in a practical way, whatever you study. And I was so happy yesterday when I met your principal and your professor. They were saying that students here are given that opportunity. You can come out of your classroom and study whatever you want. Make use of those opportunities. A lot of colleges don't give that option at all. And I'm so happy to see so many people making use of that opportunity and doing things. So keep in mind, whatever you study has to be practical. Practical, and try to understand to the depth. You will understand to the depth only when you do it practically. So learning, it has to be continuous, and any learning has to be practical learning. Okay. So what we have to learn to do, we learn by doing. That's the only way you can learn. Keep in mind, what you remember, who's this? Anybody can say who this is? Aristotle, yes, that's a saying from him. So learning, what's this character? Everybody knows. Okay. What's special about this person? Learn by doing. That's the only way you can learn. Of all the other things that caught my attention was, he's not a person who's, physics-wise fully powerful. The power is only in the forearm. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is, each and every one of you, your strengths are different. Every individual is different. Your strengths are different. Okay. Lot of time, what we all do is, we want to focus more on our weakness. I will not say that's wrong, but that's how we were all conditioned and culturally brought up. Okay, if you are weak in a subject, they will say you are weak at that. Spend more time, sit and study that. But I'm saying don't do that. Okay, because somebody else's strength. When you are weak at something, maybe you have to clear the subject. Just do it only for that level. Instead, find out what is your strength. You may be strong at something, you may not know. A lot of time people say, I don't know what is my strength, which is perfectly fine. I didn't know what was my passion when I was until my college. Okay, but we can be happy with what we are doing. But a lot of you, when you know what is your strength, focus on your strength rather than your weakness. Lot of time, conditionally around us, we were all brought up in a way that, நீ ஒரு விஷயத்துல ரொம்ப வீக்கா இருக்கனா, spend more time on that is what we have been taught. Almost phase is over. Lot of you, I know many people whom I have interacted, chose the subject or choose the college, choose what you are doing now because of surrounding pressures. Okay, but from here on to what you want to do in your career is your choice. People cannot force. You can convince them. Until college, lot of students don't have the freedom to do what they want. We are in such a surrounding only. There will be someone or the other. Somehow you will be able to convince your parents also. But there will be this whole set of relatives. There will be some Dubai mama, Dubai uncle, somebody who will have a say on what you need to do. Yes or no? We will not be close to them, but they will have a say on what we are doing because of this cultural upbringing we are in. But that's only till college. I'm sure from here on, whatever you want to do. I know I've met a lot of students. They are not, I've been to college where, for recruitment, I've been to many colleges. When we do a recruitment, all that we take only for computer science engineering. It's not computer science engineering, we take for a software developer. There was a student, and we give programming test. There was a student who had the courage to come and tell me, I don't know software, the programming that you're asking me to do, but I designed my own website for our own department, and he was able to show me everything. So we had a requirement for a front-end developer, so that he did not write any test at all. We gave him a different test and we hired. All that I'm saying is, whatever you are strong at, he was a civil engineer or he was doing something else. Possibly you are studying something, but your interest is in some other area. Cultivate that. If you know that, if you can do that, cultivate, go talk, prepare yourself in that area. So find out your strength. Ignore, somebody has spoiled my life, I'm here, I don't want to be doing that. We cannot go back and change things that has happened to us. But what we can do from here is in our hands. Find out what you want to do and make sure you're finding your strength and continuing in what you want to focus. Just keep in mind, instead of focusing on weakness, focus on your strength. Just have a different perception on what you want to focus. You know this person? He's a famous author. I didn't see many people reading books. He's Seth Godin as an author, if you know. He has written a lot of books on business studies. Some of you many wanted to start your own business. You should start reading from what the business legends have talked about. Of the many tidbits that he has talked about, this one thing on learning to Zoom is something that caught my attention. So what he means by learning to Zoom is, okay, you're all from a particular department maybe. Now try doing if you are all into reading books or listening music. How many of you listen to music? Okay. What genre do you listen to? Melody. Okay, first of all, Tamil, English. Tamil music? Yes, English music, Korean music. There you go. I know. I have 2 daughters at home. I don't understand head or tail of what they are listening to. Okay. I saw only few hands go for these 3 languages. Is there anything else? Japanese, other things that you listen to? Telugu, sorry, I missed that. Okay. Now, those of you who listen to and even in a particular, even when you listen to Tamil songs itself, I know a lot of people have one particular genre to listen to. Okay. Maybe my generation, it was Ilayaraja. This generation, Anirudh. Pradeep Kumar. Okay. The point here is, try, if you are a person who is listening to only one type, try listening to completely different things. I saw people raising for Korean, Telugu. Those who are listening to Tamil, maybe try different language. Music doesn't have a language. I mean, it's language boundaryless. Try listening to different things. If you are reading a particular genre of book, try reading a different book. If you are from a particular department and you are attending only one type of events, suddenly you take a break. Your college gives, take a break, meaning when an event from a different department is happening, go sit and see if you are able to understand that. If you are eating only a particular type of food, try a different cuisine for some time. So what I am trying to say here is, see if you are put in a situation where you don't know anything at all, if you are able to at least make some sense out of it. Okay, we are not kids who become blank when you are put in a situation where we don't know what to do. The world will be like that. Okay, in the workplace, even in your workplace, maybe after 2 years, after 3 years, after 4 years, some other technology will come up. Suddenly you will be given a chance to write in entirely a different language. Programming languages are varying. You may have to learn them new. You can't get stuck at, no, I know only these things. So learning to Zoom is, what he's saying is, try to put yourself in a different situation which you are not comfortable with and see if you are able to dig deep and find and make sense out of it. So that's all he's saying by learning to Zoom. And that's a great piece of advice or a tidbit if you want to take it up, because most of us, when we are within our comfort zone, we will not come out of it. But the world outside is not like that. You have to find ways out of the surrounding that we are put into. Okay, so those are about learnings. Let me move to the second section, which is about when you want to enter a job. Okay, when you want to enter a job, some of you said you want to enter a job. What is that you will first look for in a job? Solunga, it's okay. Salary, yeah. What else we are going to work for? We need salary. Okay, but I'm saying you have to look for 3 things. Money is not the only thing that will give you the satisfaction, job satisfaction that you require. The 3 things that you have to look for are, of course, money. There is the learning opportunities that are there in your job and the responsibility that you are given. Okay, you are selecting a job, you are paid enough, but if you are not responsible for what you are doing, somebody else is saying and you have to monotonously doing, it can be replaced by an AI engine or by another machine, then what will you do? You have to be responsible for what you are doing. You have to feel that ownership. And it's not that only your presence is felt, your absence have to be felt as a human. So that is the responsibility that you own. See if the job gives you that. And there has to be enough learning opportunities. It's not that you start from 9 in the morning and till 8 in the evening you are full time into work and only doing work. You have to have some time to upskill yourself. Because the industry will keep changing. You have to have that vision. But there will be some jobs where you have enough learning opportunities and you are responsible for everything, but if you are not paid enough, you will not be able to continue in that job for a long term. So there has to be a balance. That's why I call this the 3-legged stool. There has to be a balance and look for a job that can give you a balance of these 3 and select such a job based on your passion and your interest. So that's what is important when you are joining an organization. And I'm sure, I think, gone are the days, maybe 20 years ago, when you have to take your resume. How many of you have your resume prepared already? Paper resume prepared. I've gone through at least 1,000 resumes, what I would say. Most of it, it's just copy paste from somewhere. At least the template is taken from somewhere. Okay. Gone are the days where we need paper resumes. If you are interested in something, you should already be working towards that. It's not that at the end of, after 3 years, 4th year is when I will get campus recruitment. Companies will start coming. I'll look at all the questions. I'll start preparing myself because you have decided you want to settle for a job. You have to identify what you want to do and start preparing for that once you have identified. That could be in first year or second year, start working towards it. In software itself, what are all the different roles that are available? How many of you are computer science students? Okay, at least a few hands I'm seeing. This is applicable for other departments also, but particularly in software, if you have to take, what are the job opportunities, job roles that are there? Tell me some. What is that you will apply for? Software developer, right? Development, many people think development is the only role that is available. But if you ask me, there are so many roles in software industry itself. It is developer. If you are interested in programming, you can become a developer. But if you are interested in writing, how many of you are interested in writing? It's not easy to write, okay, but maybe someone is interested in writing, you can become a technical writer. Because what you see in a web page is not your Java or C++ or Python code that you write. That has to be written in a language that is understood by people outside, and that's not easy. So writing is a skill. If you have that skill, you should be working on that already. When you come for an interview, don't tell me that I'm interested in writing rather than a programming language. If you are interested in writing, show me your blog. There are so much avenues available for you. You can have your public domains, you can start doing blogs, you can have that pages and publish it, get reviews from people. Social media is not just for Instagrams taking photos and getting likes. There are so many social medium where you can publish your work. If you think you are interested in writing, you should already be having a blog, writing about anything. It need not be writing about technical writing, it can be any writing. Come and show that to me. If you are interested in designing, how many of you are interested in designing? Designing is not easy, okay. If you are interested in designing, you should be having design related accounts and show me what work that you have done. That's what I mean by show me the movie rather than the photograph. Lot of time we can do a Photoshop, video also we can edit, but then the actual work has to speak. It's not that I will start all my work after I enter my organization. Those days are gone. Today, paperless evaluation, resume-less, you come, you tell me your website or you tell me show me your work in your mobile phone, whatever it is. That's how industries are recruiting people. Show me your work. That's the difference you are going to make with respect to your peers. So identify your strength, identify your passion and start working towards it. Start participating, make use of your time and start working towards it. That's what will help you to get the dream job that you are looking for, okay? And then this is similar to that, I'll not get into the story because then it will take a lot of time. This is similar to that poppy story. Once you start your work, your career, you have to become specialized in your area of interest. People should come to you for that. Okay, the simple thing here is if you have to replace a small screw, all of us can do, right? But if you have to replace the screw in a complicated watch framework like this, only the specialist can do. So people should come to you for your speciality. It could be in the back end or it could be in the front end development or it could be any area that you are looking into. In the long term, make sure you become specialist in what you are doing in your area of strength and people should come to you for that. People will come to you if you are strong in what you are doing. And this again we have already talked about. Once you start your work, it's very easy for people to get into that comfort zone and working only on what you know. But industries will keep changing, technologies will keep changing. You have to come out of your comfort zone when there is a new opportunity that is there, completely new technologies. But if you have that fear of, I don't know if I'll be able to do, most of us have, it's not only girls, even boys have that fear, I've seen that. I don't know if I can compete in this, I don't know if I will be successful in this. It's okay if you fail, but then are you willing to try? Do you have that learning capability in you? Do you have that interest in learning things and trying out new things? Those are the kind of people who will see success in the long run. So come out of your comfort zone. You can leap off. You don't know where you're going to land, but you are sure that you can get help on the way. That kind of personality is what is important. So those are some things with respect to your job opportunities. Now the last section is on Business. I'm sure a lot of people here can become an entrepreneurs yourself, and people may want to. I don't want to go and work under someone, work in an organization, but keep in mind, maybe because of your family situation, you may have to work for some time. It is okay. You make that as everything is an opportunity. You use that opportunity to learn and understand the industry, how a business is being run. Those will help you to when you start your own business. Okay. But what you have to keep in mind is, you should not let your enthusiasm or let your interest go down. After 1 or 2 years of working, I don't know if I can do this. It's already time. There is no time for starting anything. I've met people, but even particularly girls, I'm saying, I've met a lot of women when I travel outside. I forgot her name, whom I met in Mumbai. She started her own business when she was 50 years. So there is no age limit, and her turnaround is in crores. Okay. You don't think that I wanted to do something, but family situation did not allow me to do. So all that is required is the fire in your belly has to be always there. You will get a chance to start that. So when you want to start a business, what are some things that I want to keep in mind? I don't know if you're able to read this. Can you tell me what is common among these elements that I have put here, these components? Human hair, peacock tail, amber, shark teeth, bamboo, tungsten, ostrich feather. Do you see anything common among these these many elements that I have put here? Okay, can you tell me now? Yes. It's not, tungsten is the unique thing there. It's not only these elements, there are 200 different components which Edison tried and failed before he found that tungsten worked in bulbs. You all know tungsten is the element that's working in bulb, right? So what I'm trying to say here is, that's the first thing you have to learn when you want to start your business. There will be failures. It's not that every business will be successful in the first attempt, but only if you are willing to fail, interestingly, you will succeed. So that's something you have to keep in mind. If you take Zoho itself as an example, today all of you know Zoho as a company that's a successful company, okay? And but I think most of you are students here. You weren't even born when I joined the organization, is what I should say. Okay, it's 26-year-old organization. I've been with your company for 23 years. It's not that everything we did succeeded. I have been part of the company where I've been part of the product which I have developed. We have not released at all because the industry changed, the customer demands changed. If you see 50 different products that are successful, there are 200 different products which we tried and failed. So failures will be there when you start a business. It's okay to fail, but it's not okay to just leave it at that point. Find out what is the problem, where we missed it, and then find out how you can resolve it and keep working on it. So that's what is important. Don't give up. That's the attitude that you have to have when you have to start your business. Okay. And the other important thing in your business is, this is not just for your business. It's applicable for your work also. So working in cooperation is something that we have not been taught at all along from school to college also, I would say. It's all only competition. Everywhere, how am I performing? When you go tell I have faced this. When I go tell my parents, when I go tell my father that I've got so and so mark, his first question would be, is that the first mark? He's not worried about what mark I got, but you have to get the first mark. So that's the kind of competition which subconsciously the society around, I don't blame my parents because that's the society we are all in, we have all been brought up, okay. But if you people start thinking differently, you can make a change in the upcoming generation. So it's not about competition at all. The competition is with the outside world. You have to work in cooperation. That's important because as I was saying, any business you take, it's not just that I will do development. There are so many people involved in a business. If you are taking a software business, it has to be development. You have to have QA, quality test engineers. You have to have marketing people. You have to have sales. You have to have support. There are different departments involved. All of them have to work in cooperation for a particular business. If you feel that my work has to be projected out, I am the boss here, whatever I say is what people have to listen to, you are digging for your own business. It has to be done in a cooperative way. Find people who are aligning with your business But when you're starting a business, if you're working in a company, you should be able to maybe see, even within our own home, when 4 people are there, 4 people will be in different directions. There will be difference of opinion. When we are not able to solve the difference of opinion within our own family members, you can't expect everybody who's working in a team to be working in a nice way. But then keep aside your personal things outside. Professionally, you must be able to work together for the product. Okay, that's important. So those are some things which you have to cultivate that will give you the professionalism that you need as you proceed. So working in cooperation is important. This may not be immediately required for you, but when you're starting a business or when you become, long term, when you become a manager, senior person, this is something that is important. You have to trust the people who are with you. Trust and delegate the work. When you trust someone and give the work, don't be behind. I see this in a lot of people. 3-5 years down the line, you become a manager, there are 2 people working for you. They think those 2 people are their own, some of them even think they were their own slaves. That's the kind of treatment people get into. I am a manager, so I need to know what you're doing, when you're coming, when you're going, what's the work you're doing. Don't do that. When you start doing that, your manager did not do that to you. So when you want to grow and own things, when you become a senior person, you have to trust and delegate. Every Batman had a Robin, right? But it's not that they had their own way of doing things. Everybody's working style will differ. You just delegate the work and see what work is being done, not on how they are doing things. Okay, that's called micromanagement in industry terminologies. Don't do micromanagement. This is when you become a senior person, and particularly when you start a company, immediately you get a feel that, or when you start a business, you are the boss, but that you have to have that trust and delegation. And this is again on a longer run is what I'm saying. What is the work-life balance that I'm talking here is not about you have to work when you go to office and come back home, do your work at home and sleep. That's not the work-life balance that I'm talking about. Okay. Each individual is a multidimensional personality. You're not single-dimensional of working at office and then coming back doing work at home. Each of us have our own hobbies and time-wasting things that we do. Okay. Some of you, now you have a lot of time, but you enter your work, right? I've seen people say, I don't have time for anything. Okay. It's up to you to cultivate that time. Maybe you are interested in doing some singing, dancing, listening to music, or doing some sports outside. A lot of you told you have sports interest. It could be like you simply sit and waste time browsing through your mobile. Perfectly fine. But then that's the multidimensional person you are. I have interacted with a lot of people who have said, I don't have time to do a lot of things. But it's up to you to get that time. So that's what the work-life balance I mean by. It's not that doing only office work and housework. The multidimensional person you are, you have to continue to be the multidimensional persons. Make sure you are able to allocate time for that. So that's important, because a lot of time, not even people who join an organization, when you start a business, you get so much involved into it, you forget that there is a world outside it. Okay, so that's important. So these are the options that are available for you after college, which is about you can do higher studies or get into a job or start your own business. I've just shared very few tips on what you can do in each of this. If you're able to take 1 or 2 points from here and apply in your life, it will be really helpful. I'll just take 5 minutes, and then because it is International Women's Day, that's the theme of today's discussion. I thought I'll just touch upon few points. But again, these points are not just women-centric, it's applicable for anyone. I told about the work-life balance. A lot of people ask me, I've been in the industry for 23 years and I have 3 children. My elder daughter is in first year college. The second daughter is doing 12th standard, my son is in 8th standard. A lot of people ask me, how is that you're able to balance? So this is a question generally lot of time I get. It's just based on my experience, what I have been doing. I'm sure you all face this problem. I know as people grow and enter into the different phases of life, after marriage, after having kids, there is this balance. They forget, they struggle a lot. But then, just few things for you to keep in mind. First thing that I keep telling is, do not multitask. Okay. Meaning, whatever you can do, you take it up. Do not multitask does not mean you do only one thing. Learn the art of prioritization and delegation rather than taking everything into yourself and doing everything yourself. You have to set your priorities clearly, be it at work or at home. Based on your priorities, draw boundaries on what are things you can do, what are things you can't do, and delegate it to others. This is something I see a lot of people struggling to do. They end up doing everything themselves. How long you can do? Maybe 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, not at the cost of your health. If you start doing it, people will assume that you will be able to do it, taken for granted, because you are able to do. That's how the whole world is. We all see our parents, we all see our mothers, and I hear a lot of people say, my mother is excellent in doing everything. She can manage house, but where everything is, my mother will know. It will be on the table, but I will call my mom to take that and give it to me. That's how we have all been. And I hear a lot of men say, my wife is excellent in doing multitasking. She can do everything. She'll drop the kid at school, she'll do all the housework, she'll come home and do office also, she'll take care, she helps my business. There are a lot of things that people do. But just think, are you happy doing it? I'm perfectly fine. I know a lot of people who grip about, I don't have a choice, I have to get up at 4 o'clock, do all these things, come back, do all these things. Don't have complaints. If you're happy doing it, do. Otherwise, prioritize and delegate. Boys here also can think. See what are the things that women in your house are doing. See if you can contribute to something. Because now I have seen, that's the generation we are in. Gone are the days where it's only the girls' thing to do. It's equal. People are doing things equally, but don't overdo. This is an advice that I give to boys also. Don't take everything on yourself and overdo. Set your priorities clear. You have to prioritize what is that you want to do and see what are the things that you can delegate. That's the only way you can balance. Otherwise, you will not be able to balance. And other thing that people generally, particularly girls, fail to do is try to accept challenges. That's purely because of the fear that what will others think of me if I fail? What will they say? Idu kuda unakku theriyada appdinu kettuduvaanga yaravadu. That's the fear that most of us have. But I would say in a job opportunity, I've made these mistakes. In a job, in your work environment, when a job is put on the table, it's not that every time the job is put on the table in the first place at all. Be the first person to accept if you can. If you think you can, go accept. Even if you don't know, you accept, you can learn on the go. Okay, that is important. And ask for help. That's again we won't do. Anything that we want to do, we will think that, no, I will learn everything myself, I will become a master or expert in that, and then I will accept the challenge. By then the challenge would have gone. By then the technologies would have changed. On the way you can learn. If you don't know, you can ask for help. Learning from people around is an important skill. And you should all remember, it's not just learning from your, managers alone. It must be learning from your peers or learning from your subordinates wherever required. First thing you have to accept is the next generation is definitely smarter than us. You're all definitely smarter than me. Your next generation will definitely be smarter than who you are. That acceptance has to be there. In my team, when people come and say, these are some things which we can try is what we are saying. Yeah, I don't know those technologies. Let's sit together and learn. Only if you have that attitude, you can grow along. Lot of time we have heard, we have told our parents, Amma unakku onnum theriyaduma, appa ungalku onnum theriyadu. We have told our parents, my children tell me the same thing. Okay, that's how it will be. The thing is, we have to accept, ask for help, sit and learn together. Accept challenges and learn together is important. Take time for yourself. Myself, my time, my space is important. This is something, the work-life balance, when I was talking about, on the long run people miss. So if I have to say, you have to take some time for yourself, for your own health. Your own health is crucial. You have to allocate some time and make sure you do some form of physical work or some yoga, meditation, or have a healthy food habits, because being healthy is crucially important. How many of you have spent at least 20 minutes per day for a physical workout, physical exercise? You have to. Now if you say you don't have the time, you will not have the time going forward. Okay. Think what you want to do. It could be simple walking, running, can be anything. I'm saying this from my own personal experience. I do a lot of things. I do a lot of crazy things, in fact. I'm not expecting people to do. If I have to give an example, I do a 5-kilometer walk every day. Maintaining a streak is something important. You have to form a group who can motivate you. It's not somebody who can say, no, you can't do. You have to have people who can motivate you, have positive, like-minded people, do things. And maintaining a streak is not important. It's not easy. You will have challenges. In spite of that, if you think you want to maintain a streak, you can maintain. I continue doing it. I just started because a lot of things we start, we leave it. I wanted to continue the streak. I started it. I did it for my challenge was 100-day challenge is how I started. But then I was able to do it continuously for 1,500 days, which is close to 4 to 5 years. And then I had to take a break because I had a fracture in my leg. Okay. But that's not that I'm going to stop there. Sometime we'll start later. All that I'm saying is, I don't have a time is only an excuse. If we want to do something, we will definitely find time. And you can do that only if you prioritize what you want to do and don't take everything on yourself. Okay. Your health is important. That's something you have to keep in mind. I'll just skip these portions because I'm running out of time. So if you're able to do all that, the balance, work-life balance, a lot of time people say, how is that you're able to balance your work and your family and your work? I would say the balance is 3 things. Your time has to be balanced for your work, your family time, and yourself. Your time is also important. You have to have a balance of yourself, family, and work. If you do this prioritization and learning and some of the points that I have spotted there, you can try a balance of these 3 things, and the world outside is full of opportunities, and you can all look out for it and grab all the opportunities available and then be successful in whatever you do. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day. You want me to speak here? Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable presentation. I hope it would be reached out to the need. I request the WTM ambassador or the organizer of the event to present the memento to the Radhalakshmi, ma'am. I request ma'am to accept the token of love. Now, it's time to call upon Shanmati Kartik, founder and CVO of VTWise. She is an MI trainer, behavior analyst, life coach, career coach, Josh Talk speakers. She also worked as a territory manager in American Express, senior project manager in Pico Guts. She is a corporate trainer and charismatic individual with positive vibes driven with global experience. She is a passionate learner and educator who believes in right coaching towards people, will not change an individual but the society. Trainer for over 7,000 senior executives and students, set up 23 startups in and around India and Malaysia. Effectively conducted 2,785 leadership development programs for clients all over the South India. Her additional skills include Java, C++, ID management, business analysts, strategic sales training. Now, I will hand it over the session to the glorious speaker on the topic of Future Together for the Better World. We welcome you.
So, can you all hear me? Yes? No? Good morning? Okay. Good morning. Good morning. The last one, can you hear me? The last one. Can you hear me? Yes. இந்த ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு தெரியுமான்றதே எனக்கு ஒரு பெரிய ஆச்சரியம் தான். So stand first is story. We'll all begin with a story. Yes? Can we all? Yes? Yes? Yes. Super, wonderful. So, how many of you have seen Basha movie? Basha, Manik Basha, wonderful, super, a lot of hands raised. So now, this Basha movie, what happened, you know, there was this, இப்போ கரண்டா வந்து படம் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண ஆட்டோ வந்து ரஜினிகாந்த் சார் ஓட்டிட்டு இருப்பாரு. And there is one scene, he'll go for a flashback and there comes the Manik Basha entry. Yes or no? Yes. So, for this Manik Basha character, the first day of that shoot for Manik Basha, Rajnikant sir was not convinced at all. Almost makeup room la, green room la, he spent 4 to 5 hours and the shoot was late by 2 hours. Directors waiting. இவர் என்ன பண்றாரு, எனக்கு brown coat கொடுங்க, black coat கொடுங்க, பட்டு கொடுங்க, everything is trying and he's changing some hairstyles, everything is trying. But he is not convinced. So the director has asked to come. பரவாயில்ல சார், நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா இருக்கு, கன்வின்ஸ் பண்ணி வர வைக்கலாம். இல்ல you know Rajnikant sir style. இல்ல ஏதோ is same. And what happened, a lot of ரொம்ப நேரமா they shoot delay ஆயிடுச்சு. And here comes his own makeup man from North India. Shoot delay ஆயிடுச்சுன்னு அவருக்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அவரோட own makeup man வராரு. And he said, sir என்னங்க ஆச்சு? இல்லப்பா இல்ல ஏதோ தப்பா இருக்கு, ஏதோ செட் ஆகல, ஏதோ இல்ல. He's not feeling that fulfillment. And now then this guy who came from North India after a work, he gave sir எனக்கு இது வந்து செட் ஆகுமான்னு தெரியல, நான் இந்த மாதிரி நார்த் இந்தியா போயிட்டு வரும்போது ஒரு சின்ன கண்ணாடி வாங்கிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன், நீங்க ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க சார், ஆனா நீங்க யூஸ்வலா பண்ற உங்க ஸ்டைலிங்ஸ் எல்லாம் இதுல பண்ண முடியாது, சும்மா ட்ரை பண்ணி பாருங்க சார், செட் ஆகுதான்னு பாருங்க. Then he gave that Manik Basha's, that coolers, you know, that can be only locked in the center, there is no side strings. You all know that, yes? And the Manik Basha character இருக்கிற கண்ணாடியில side strings இருக்காது, only center button will be there. And now he wore that, he felt okay, yes, and he then went for shoot. சரிங்களா, அன்னைக்கு நைட்டு டைரக்டர் சார் வந்து ஒரு 6 அடிக்கு 6 அளவுக்கு ஒரு பொக்கே அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு, okay, everybody can understand English, no? No English, no Tamil. English is better, okay? Okay? Yes. Okay? Yeah, my okay is this and not okay is this, okay? You can say this also. I'm happy with that. Now, director has sent for 6 feet ago ஒரு பொக்கே அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு, yes, written a small note in there. Today, Basha is born. Now, from this story, எப்பயுமே கதை கேட்கறது நல்லா இருக்கும், அதோட moral of the story கேட்கறது தான் கஷ்டம். Now, tell me what is the influence of this story? What did you understand from this story? Yeah, சொல்லுங்க. கதையெல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நம்ம கேள்வி எல்லாம் கேட்காதீங்க. Yes, ma? Try something new. Super. Little things can make super difference. Wonderful. Anything else? சொல்லுங்க. இந்த பக்கம் வாயை திறந்து படிக்கிறீங்க.
Uniqueness matters.
Uniqueness matters. Wonderful. Rajnikant is a superstar. Yes, I know. That's a useful information. Anything else? Anything else? No? Huh? Satisfaction. Okay. Now I'll tell you the inference of this particular story. Rajnikant didn't go search for anything. He sat and he attracted things towards him. So, youngsters here, my first and foremost advice for you is stop searching and start attracting. Yeah, ma'am, தேடினாலே கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது. Yeah, ma'am, இப்படி பண்ணுவீங்க. So the next one is this. நாங்க கொடுத்து தேடிட்டு அப்பவே கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது. நீங்க வந்து start searching, start attracting. What is this advice? Now that's the one. Second one. S, and what is the second one? It's a letter T. Think out of the box. So, to start attracting, think out of the box. சரி, இங்க வர நிறைய லீடர்ஸ், இந்த மாதிரி மேடை பேச்சாளர்கள் நிறைய பேர் இந்த விஷயத்தை அவங்ககிட்ட சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. எஸ் சொல்லு, think outside the box. Think outside the box. நீ வேற மாதிரி யோசிங்க. You have to be unique. You have to be different. You have to think outside the box. வேற ஏதாவது யோசிங்க. டெக்னாலஜி நிறைய படிங்க. R&D outside the box. Unconventional thinking, super. தெரியலையே பிரச்சனையே அதான் நமக்கு தெரியலையே வாட் இஸ் திங்கிங் அவுட்சைட் த பாக்ஸ். எனக்கு செமஸ்டர் இருக்கு, அதுக்கப்புறம் படிக்க வேண்டிய வேலை இருக்கு, வீட்டுல பிளேஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ண சொல்றாங்க, பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரெடி ஆகணும், ரெஸ்யூம் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணணும், இதுக்கு நடுவில் கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்டை வெளியில கூட்டிட்டு போகணும், கிளாஸ்ல வந்து படிக்கணும், PS2 வேற ரிலீஸ் ஆயிருக்கு, PS2 போய் பார்க்கணும். எஸ் நம்ம எவ்வளவு வேலை இருக்குங்க. எஸ் எஸ் பிரச்சனை இதுதான். Thinking out of the box is something we think that we have to think different. Where does your thoughts come from? Okay, now the papa சொல்லாத ஒரு விஷயம், I'm a psychologist, okay? So now tell me, where does your thoughts come from? How can you think outside box? Now I'm going to give you a small tips, DIYs. How to think outside the box. Where does your thinking come from? Mind, where? Brain, emotions, heart, situations, visuals. Super. எனக்கு வயசாயிடுச்சு, கொஞ்சம் சத்தமா சொன்னீங்கன்னா கேட்கும் எனக்கு. அவ்வளவுதானா? Okay, I'll tell you as a psychologist the real fact where your thoughts come from. There are two behaviors in each and every. இந்த எல்லாத்துக்குள்ளேயும் ரெண்டு பர்சன் இருக்காங்க, சரிங்களா? கடவுள் பாதி மிருகம் பாதி மாதிரி. There are two people inside you. One is a behavior where it is your natural style. Where does your natural style come from? The way you were born, your medications your mom has took, the surroundings you were born, your friends, the family, the musics you hear, and the surroundings you're surrounded with. That is your natural style of behavior. Okay? Then comes this nurtured style of behavior, where you get into a college, the college you dress பண்றாங்க. You go to IIT, you will dress differently. You go to somewhere else, Singapore, and okay, my college is Asia Pacific, you dress differently, and you speak differently. When you try going to America, your accent will differ. Am I right? So this is the nurtured style. When you get into an organization, when you start your own business, when you stand here, you change from your natural style of behavior to a nurtured style of behavior. So உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்க ரெண்டு people இவங்க தான். உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற thoughts will commence from your natural style, and it will adapt to your nurture style. So thinking out of the box will not, please understand, when somebody says thinking out of the box, don't think like Steve Jobs. We all think thinking out of the box, we must think like Steve Jobs, we must do this, we must think like this. No, உங்களுக்கான ஸ்கோப்ல இருந்து தான் நீங்க யோசிக்க முடியும். நர்ச்சர்ட் ஸ்டைல நீங்க எப்படி வேணா மாத்தலாம். நீங்க இந்த கம்பெனில இருந்து வேற கம்பெனிக்கு போலாம், இந்த பிசினஸ் விட்டுட்டு வேற ஏதாவது பண்ணலாம், யுஎஸ்ல இருந்துட்டு திருப்பி ரிட்டர்னா வந்துட்டு இங்க ஃபார்மிங் பண்ணலாம், என்ன வேணா பண்ணலாம். Your nurtured style can differ, but your natural style which is inside you will not differ. So your thinking out of the box has to start from your natural style. எனக்கு நான் எப்படி இருக்கணும் அதுல இருந்து தான் நான் திங்க் பண்ண ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும். Yes or no? So you all understood where your thoughts come from? So your thoughts in the nurtured style can differ, but not in your natural style. Okay? So now, third one. What is the third letter? A. A is called adaptability. Okay. Now, adaptability la oru superana oru vishayam solrேன். இப்போ தூக்கம் வருதுல, எனக்கும் அப்படிதான் இருந்தது. Okay. Adaptability. Now, everybody sitting next to you must be your friend. Yes or no? Yes, அப்படிதான் உட்கார்ந்துருக்கோம். Okay, now, how well do you know your friend? Super. அவனை பத்தி இன்சைட் அவுட் எனக்கு தெரியும், அவனை பத்தி எல்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. இதெல்லாம் என்னன்னே தெரியல, கூட வந்து இப்படிதாங்க இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்றாங்க. Now, turn to your friend and ask your friend, what is your favorite dish? Done? Biryani. Okay, done. Now, listen, girls and boys. Now, you know what is the favorite dish? இது எனக்கே தெரியும் மேடம். எவ்வளவு பேர் சொல்றீங்க இது எனக்கே தெரியும். So now, ask your friend, why is that his or her favorite dish? Why? Why did I join this college? I had no choice. As ma'am mentioned, why did I take this course? I had no choice. Ma'am said, okay, after this you always have a choice. Okay? Now, if you're doing something currently, why do I have to go to PS2? That is a question. A lot of times we don't ask this why. சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்களை எப்போ நம்ம ஏன் அப்படின்றது கேட்க ஆரம்பிக்கிறோமோ, only then you will know who you are as a deeper person. Ma'am was mentioning that. ஒரு விஷயத்தை டீப்பரான தாட்ஸ் இல்லைன்னா அந்த விஷயத்தை அட்டைன் பண்ண முடியாது. Okay, I have spoke this in my George talks. Okay, life வந்து ஒரு linear line. இந்த ஒரு படத்துல சரத்குமார் சார் வந்து இப்படியே பெரிய லைன் பாத்தீங்களா? ஒரே பாட்டுல பெரிய லைன். அதே மாதிரி அண்ணாமலை இப்படியே பெரிய லைன். நாம அப்படிதான் நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். It's like a linear one. It's super. அப்படியே போயிடலாம், மெதுவா போயிடலாம். But நம்மளால ஏமாத்தி வச்சிருக்காங்க. I'm telling you, we're all fools if you think that's true. It's a circle. கொசுபத்தி சுருள் சொல்வாங்க தெரியுமா? It's a spiral line. Only when you know where you are, உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம் இந்த உங்களுக்கு 18 வயசுல தெரிஞ்ச அதே விஷயம் உங்களுக்கு 34 வயசுல அதே விஷயம் வேற மாதிரி புரியும். சோ எனக்கு நான் இதே தான் சொல்லிருப்பேன். டாம் அண்ட் ஜெரியை வந்து நான் சின்ன வயசுல பார்க்கும்போது வந்து அந்த ஜெரி ஒரு பாவமான ஒரு கேரக்டரா தெரியும். இப்போ எனக்கு பார்த்தா லாட்டி லிட்டில் கிட் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தெரியும். பாவம் அந்த டாம் உடவே மாட்டேங்குது அப்படின்ற மாதிரி தெரியும். So your perspective towards something changes all the time. So only when you know the deepest level of your perspective, that's when your success lies. So இப்படி நினைக்காதீங்க. It's always this. ஒரு விஷயத்தை எவ்வளவு டீப்பரா புரிஞ்சுக்கிறீங்க அப்படின்றது தான் இருக்கு. So now, how many of you know GP Muthu? இது பாதி பேருக்கு தெரியாதா? தெரியாதுலாம் சொல்றேன். How many of you know GP Muthu? Raise your hands. Wonderful. That's the truth. So now, how do you know GP Muthu? Social media. Okay, super. Now, இங்க இருக்கிற எல்லாரும் just take 5 seconds to think about your strength and weaknesses. Ma'am அழகா சொன்னாங்க. You should not concentrate on the weakness. You should concentrate on your strengths. Weakness நம்ம condition பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கோம். Wonderful. Actually, the real statement. How many of you know your strength and weakness? Don't tell me I'm curious, I'm a team worker, I do all these things. Don't give me that resume. Sorry for that unparliamentary language. Because every time I ask this, I'm a team worker. I am very curious. And my strength கூட விட்டுருங்க, weakness சொல்லுவாங்க பாருங்க, எனக்கு சீக்கிரம் கோவம் வந்துடும். I'm very emotional. இது தவிர வேற ஏதாவது weakness சொல்லுவாங்க, அது கேட்டு shopaholic ஆமா. What is this? Yeah, seriously. See, now the problem is we don't understand ourselves. If you don't understand ourselves, how will you understand the other person? How many of you want to work here after your college? Ma'am asked, how many of you have to work? Business? Ma'am, I took na. Say higher studies. Easier na. Say right. So now, நீங்க பேர்ல என்ன பண்றீங்கன்னு எனக்கு தெரியல, but still. So now, எது பண்ணாலும் இந்த வைய மறந்துடும். ஜிபி முத்து ஏன் வந்து ஒரு சக்சஸ்ஃபுல்லான ஒரு சோஷியல் மீடியா பர்சனா இருக்காரு? இங்க யாருக்கும் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் தெரியல. ஓகே, I have been to a lot of colleges and I asked, நான் நீங்க என்னென்னமோ பேசுறீங்க, எனக்கு தெரியல. எனக்கு போன நோண்ட தெரியும், ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் கூட ஊர் சுத்த தெரியும், அவ்வளவுதான் எனக்கு தெரியும். எத்தனை பேர் இது போத்துறீங்க? சாப்பிட தெரியும். See, a lot of times this is the fact. இந்த வயசுல எனக்கு இவ்வளவுதான் தெரிஞ்சிருக்குன்றதுதான் பிரச்சனையே. சரிங்களா? ஜிபி முத்துக்கு ரொம்ப லேட்டா தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு விஷயம் என்னன்னா, நான் வந்து கெட்ட வார்த்தை சூப்பரா பேசுறேன். Yes or no? Yes or no? That's a talent, yeah. And he made it as money. If you have a talent, if you know you can do something right, even you can. So see, listen. இங்க பாருங்க, next 20 minutes you have to talk to me. If you want anything, I'm here. You can talk to me. If you நல்லா கெட்ட வார்த்தை பேச தெரியுது ஒரு ஸ்கில் தான். அது நீ how do you convert your skill? That matters. How do you make yourself unique? இங்க இருக்கிற 100 பேர் தான் கெட்ட வார்த்தை பேசுறீங்க. Yes or no? எல்லாம் ஜிபி முத்து ஆயிட முடியுமா? எல்லாம் குக்கு துக்காமலி போயிட முடியுமா? Yes or no? So if you know your strength, utilize your strength. See, now a lot of times what happens is என்னால hard work I can do very good hard work. I can do smart work. I can communicate. I can work with a lot of people. I can do teamwork. இந்த விஷயத்துல நீங்க என்னவா இருக்கீங்கன்றது உங்களுக்கு தான் பெட்டரா தெரியும். I know what I can do. 100 பேர் சொன்னா எனக்கு வந்து இதெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியும். People can say Shanmati knows so. ஆனா சண்மதிக்கு உண்மையா என்ன தெரியும்? சண்மதிக்கு தானே தெரியும். You will not know, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? So, the best writer of your own story is yourself. Ready, set, tell me what is your strength. அழகா சிரிக்கிற அதுவே நல்ல ஸ்ட்ரென்த் தான். சொல்லு கேம் விளையாடுவீங்களா? செய்வீங்களா? ரெண்டுமே பண்ணுவீங்க. கேம் நல்லா விளையாடுவீங்க. சூப்பர். என்ன கேம்? வாட் இஸ் யுவர் ஃபேவரட் கேம்? Okay, நம்ம Call of Duty. Okay, super. It's a racing game or something? Shooting game. See, I'm an old school. Pandit Abhinay. Super. High five. So now this is the thing. Adaptability. Adaptability is not that you've thrown into a place and you have to do from nowhere, from the scratch. Adaptability is what you know better. எனக்கு இது தெரியாது, இது கொஞ்சம் தெரியும். Cooking கொஞ்சம் தெரியும். அதை you can multiply. See now, unlike us back then, you have a lot of exposure through social media. You can be anything with social media. You can be anything, positive, negative, anything with social media, and you can expose yourself so well. It's just that, what is your calling? What is your calling? You want to do, you don't want to. It's about you. But if your calling is different, I want to be something, I'll just sit in a place, I can do this. It can be your calling. But wherever you are, excel in what you do. ஏன்னா நான் இங்க உட்கார்ந்திருக்கிற சீட் எனக்கு பிடிக்காம நான் அந்த இடத்துல உட்கார்ந்திருந்தேன்னா I cannot excel in anything. லைஃப்ல வந்து எல்லாத்துக்கும் கஷ்டம். நிறைய பேர் உங்களுக்கு இந்த as I said இந்த சரத்குமார் போறதெல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா கஷ்டப்பட்டு வேலை செஞ்சிருப்பாரு. இது சிந்தி வீட்ல எல்லாம் தண்ணி சிந்தி வீட்ல வந்து காசுலாம். We have been conditioned that way. Now that is where I'm coming from. Next, what is the letter? M. Life is very easy, my dear friends. Life is really easy. No சொல்றீங்க எல்லாத்தையும் மாத்தி சொல்றீங்கன்னு சொன்னா life is very easy. See, sit and attract கான முதல் word என்ன தெரியுங்களா? Manifestation. எல்லாரும் இப்ப நிறைய பேர் இத கேட்டிருப்பீங்க. Yes or no? கேட்ட இந்த வேர்டை கேட்டாங்களா கை தூக்குங்க. Manifestation. நானும் அப்படிதான் பண்றேன். எனக்கு வேணும் நினைக்கிறேன், ஆனா கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது. Yes or no? Yes. எல்லாரும் அப்படிதான் வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், ஆனா கிடைக்க மாட்டேங்குது. Okay, now I'm going to that a little bit. இந்த வயசுக்கு புரியுற மாதிரி சொல்றேன். Unlock 1. அதுக்கு சொல்றேன். Unlock 1க்கு சொல்றேன். சரியா? Manifestationனா என்னன்னு நான் சொல்றேன். புரிஞ்சுக்கோ. சரியா? You want something in life, it will happen. But how it will happen? எனக்கு வந்து ஒரு 10 கோடி வேணும்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன் நாளைக்கு. நீ ஒத்துக்குவியா? உன் மனசு ஒத்துக்குமா? சரி. நாளைக்கு வந்து எனக்கு வந்து என் ஃப்ரெண்ட் கிட்ட இருந்து நான் ஒரு 200 ரூபாய் வாங்கணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒத்துக்குமா? சோ அந்த 200 ரூபாய் உனக்கு வரும். புரியுதா? Simple as that. So if you want something and if you can justify yourself that you will get it and you deeply believe that will happen. So to deeply believe in something, you will have to know your why. Yes or no? I will have to go and sit and work. Yeah, I EMI கட்டணும். That is also a why, yeah. Please don't think that is not a why. எனக்கு வந்து நான் ஒரு புது வீடு வாங்கிட்டேன், எனக்கு EMI கட்டணும். So அதுக்காக எனக்கு ஒரு வேலை வேணும். That is a why. But how much is your why strong? If women are there, okay, I have a husband who can earn, he will settle the EMI, then your why is not strong. The same goes the other way around. I have a wife who can earn and she can pay the EMI. I don't want to earn. So your why is not strong. So your why has to be so strong. Whether you're in business, whether you're in higher studies, whether you want to go to work, whatever it is. Why do you need that? From that why, how are you convinced as a person? எனக்கு ஏன் இது வந்து மனசு திருப்தியை கொடுக்குது? Okay, if I'm going to start a business, why am I starting the business in first place? Okay, now I've been telling the fellow delegates here. நம்ம நிறைய பேர் business start பண்றது எதுக்கு தெரியுங்களா? With a wrong intention. எவனும் என்ன கேள்வி கேட்பாங்க. யாருக்கேயும் நான் ஒர்க் பண்ண மாட்டேன். And as 3 friends you join, you will think, okay, let's start a startup. Come on, let's try this. That's where a lot of startups fail. And McKinsey report says that out of 100 startups, 78.5 startups fail. Why? Now you ask this question, why? Because your why is not strong. Simple as that. நான் ஏன் இந்த விஷயத்தை ஆரம்பிக்கணும், நான் ஏன் இந்த சீட்ல உட்கார்ந்து நான் வேலை பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு நோக்கம் உங்க யாருக்குமே இல்ல. நான் இங்க படிக்கணும், நான் செமஸ்டர்ல பாஸ் மார்க் மட்டும் தான் வாங்கணும். ஏன்? டிகிரி கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணணும். ஏன்? 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 அந்த இடத்துல we stop. See, until now it was your why was strong. அதுக்கப்புறம் சோறு சாப்பிடணும். It will happen, yeah. Even though you are not, இவ்வளவு பிரச்சனை இல்லனாலும் அது நடக்கும். So your why is not strong there. See, that's the problem, guys. Please understand. You will attract things in your life. நண்பன் படத்துல விஜய் சார் சொல்ற மாதிரி தான், உனக்கு பிடிச்ச துறைய தேர்ந்தெடுத்துக்க, அதுல உன் திறமையை வளர்த்துக்க, வெற்றி தானா. What you want, you decide. Guys, நாங்க இருந்த மாதிரி இல்ல. So when ma'am Rajalakshmi ma'am was talking here, she was mentioning a lot of things. I don't know whether I was sitting in that seat listening to that. எனக்கு காதுக்குள்ள போயிருக்குமான்னு தெரியல. ஏன்னா எங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்த ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் எல்லாம் என்ன பேசினாங்கன்னா, HR நான் என்ன, எப்படி GD அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணணும், எப்படி 1 to 1 இன்டர்வியூ அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணணும், இப்படிதான் எங்களுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்தாங்க. Now you are exposed to a whole wide world where you can tap into a lot of potentials. I am not speaking to you in a language you don't understand. Yes or no? உங்களுக்கு புரியுற மாதிரி தான் பேசுறேன். So உனக்கு என்ன திறமை இருக்கு நீ தான் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். எனக்கு திறமையே இல்லன்னு எவனும் கிடையாதுங்க. அது நான் சொல்றேங்க. Every person born in this whole wide world is born with an innate potential that is clearly stated in multiple intelligence. So everybody sitting in this room has one intelligence out of those 8 intelligence. சரிங்களா? அது என்னன்றது நீங்க தான் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். எனக்கு வந்து ஆடி பாடினா ஒரு விஷயம் புரியுமா, எனக்கு கேட்டா ஒரு விஷயம் புரியுமா, உனக்கு பார்த்தாலும் ஒரு விஷயம் புரியுமா, இல்ல நான் படிச்சாலே புரிஞ்சுக்குவேனா? Who are you? எனக்கு வந்து சில there are few students நான் படிச்சிட்டு வந்து இன்னொருத்தங்க சொல்லி கொடுத்தா தான் எனக்கு மனப்பாடமா, வாங்க நான் சொல்லி கொடுக்குறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So you are that kind of an intelligent person. If you are that kind of a person, you are here, you should be here, standing here talking to a whole lot of people. If you are a good student, then you should go to R&D. There are a lot of, that's what we do. In my company, that's what we do. We understand your innate potential and we classify you as your personality, your behavior and your innate potential. So everybody in this whole wide world has that. சரிங்களா? Please understand and start believing that. Now, manifestation will start only when you believe that it will happen. Okay? If you believe that it will happen something, I'll tell you a small story. Am I running out of time? Yes? No? No. Okay, I'll tell you a small story. Back then, when I was in my first year in Anna University, and Anna University எப்பவுமே ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்பாங்க. உன்னுடைய first class they will ask you, introduce yourself, what is your passion, and tell me what is your future goal. After 5 years, what you are going to become. The first day itself they will ask. ஒண்ணுமே தெரியாது, அப்பதான் போய் கிளாஸ்ல உட்கார்ந்துருப்போம். முதல் நாளே வந்து what is your after 5 years goal. Everybody was telling their background, all these things. I was studying this school, I got this mark, that's why I came to Anna University, blah blah blah. First years can understand all this. And then they asked me, they called me and they asked me, okay, உங்களுக்கு என்ன ஆகணும்? Then I was introducing myself and they said, my future goal, the 4th year after finishing my college, my first salary has to be 1 lakh rupees. And everybody started laughing. And back then 1 lakh rupees was a big money. Okay. அப்ப எப்படி 1 lakh ரூபாய் சம்பாதிக்க லூசாகி அப்படின்ற மாதிரி people were asking and my close friends were really asking me. And you won't believe, guys, after my college, I wrote my last exam. I am a Singaporean also, so I went to Singapore. I started working with Singapore Police Force. And my first internship salary was 2,000 Singapore dollars, which is equal to 1 lakh Indian rupees. Why am I saying this? Is manifestation will come true when you speak the right words. நம்ம பழைய காலத்துல எல்லாம் பாட்டு கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? எங்க பாட்டி எல்லாம் what is that, தமிழ் பாடக்கூடாது, சினிமா பாட்டெல்லாம் பாடக்கூடாது. You know why they did that? Unfortunately, party didn't know an answer to tell me why I should not sing that song. You know why is that? Because every single word coming out of your mouth, universe is listening to you. Tatastu சொல்றாங்க இல்லையா? Tatastu, let it happen. That is your, spiritual word or scientific or religious word. But whatever you are speaking, universe is listening. If you say namakku, you will be a monk. If you say I am going to be this, you will become that. இப்போ இல்லனாலும் எழுதி வச்சுக்கோங்க. Today, mark my words, my dear ladies and gentlemen. Whatever you say today, I am. அதுக்கு பின்னாடி நீங்க என்ன போட்டீங்கனாலும் you are that. Now, I'm giving you 5 seconds to think about it, and when I say start, you say I am and dash. Okay? Can we do that? Yes? Don't say software engineer blah blah blah. Don't say that. I am what? See, இத வந்து நான் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்ல போகும்போது சொல்றேன். You are not a manager, you are not a senior professional, you are not a CEO. No, you are not that. Okay, what is your name? Nina, பக்கத்துல பாக்க. Aishu, okay. Aishu, as a person who you are. I want to say that. I want you to say that. Aishuva enna. You have to understand and say that, okay? Ready? And I give you 5 seconds time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And go. I am. எத்தனை பேர் சொன்னீங்க? எத்தனை பேர் மனசுக்குள்ள சொன்னீங்க? நான் மனசுக்குள்ள சொன்னேன். அப்ப நீ ஏன் உன்னை ஜஸ்டிஃபை பண்ணீங்கன்னு அர்த்தம். That's the problem. சரி, okay. Start writing journals, guys. Okay. That's my manifestation. Just write something. Okay? And last, what is the last word? P. Can you all guess what is that? Perseverance. Super. Now, progress. Okay. Potential. Okay. Passion. Huh? யாரும் சொன்ன மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு. அது சரியான சொல்லுங்க. Positivity. Wonderful. Okay, now that's the thing. Last one is positivity. We are in a world where we are surrounded by a lot of negative marketings. Yes or no? Yes or no? தப்பா இருக்கிறது தான் பெருசா தெரியும். தப்பா இருக்கிற வேர்ல்ட்ல சரியா இருக்கிறது தான், சரியா யோசிக்கிறது தான் நம்மளோட ஐடென்டிட்டி. Okay, now I have to tell. Sorry, இந்த இடத்துல நின்று இது பேசுறது பார்க்கலாம். But still, டெக்னாலஜி வந்து நம்மள வந்து ரொம்ப டிரைவ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. டாடா படம் எத்தனை பேர் பாத்தீங்க? Very good. There is one line in the Dada movie which Kapil says, நீ லைஃப்ல என்ன பண்ணணும்னு சின்ன சின்ன விஷயத்தெல்லாம் நீயே டிசைட் பண்ணு. என்ன ட்ரெஸ் போடுறது, என்ன சாப்பிடுறது, அடுத்து எங்க போடுறது. லைஃப்ல பெரிய பெரிய விஷயம்லாம் லைஃபே டிசைட் பண்ணணும். எஸ் சொல்லணும். ஆனா இப்போ நம்ம எடுக்கிற சின்ன சின்ன விஷயம் நம்ம டிசைட் பண்றோமா இல்ல ஆப் டிசைட் பண்ணும்? நான் இன்னைக்கு என்ன ட்ரெஸ் போடணும்னு ஆப் டிசைட் பண்ணும். நான் இன்னைக்கு என்ன சாப்பிடணும். எத்தனை பேர் சொமாட்டோல இருக்கிற சூப்பர் மெசேஜஸ் எல்லாம் படிக்கிறீங்க? See? So, what I want today, what I should eat today, somebody is deciding. In 10 years of time, AI, ML, this is going to take over. Yes or no? Yes or no? But இங்க இருக்கிற இந்த ரூம்ல இருக்கிற எல்லாத்துக்கும் பொதுவான ஒரு விஷயம் என்ன? Humanity, emotions. Nobody can take that from us. Except for that emotions, we are another robots. Yes or no? We sit in a work, we are working somewhere. We all, the emotions are hold பண்ணி அதை stabilize பண்றது ரொம்ப பெரிய விஷயம். And you have a big responsibility. இந்த emotions உங்ககிட்ட இருக்கிற percentage அடுத்த ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போற responsibility உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா உங்களுக்கு அடுத்த ஜெனரேஷன் நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி உங்களை விட ஸ்மார்ட்டா இருப்பாங்க, உங்களை விட emotionless-ஆ இருப்பாங்க. ஏன்னா எங்க ஜெனரேஷனுக்கும் உங்க ஜெனரேஷனுக்கும் emotions கம்மியாயிட்டே வருது. EQ quotient is going low day and day. As a psychologist, I can feel it. Because seeing a Netflix movie, I go and fight with the husband. Great Indian kitchen. இதனாலே நிறைய டிவோர்ஸ் நடந்துச்சு. So they didn't have generations. Please don't get into this systematic ecosystem which says masculinity cannot cry, masculinity cannot go into this. Strive your depth feminine side also. There is a feminine side inside all of you. Accept that and live that. Only then you can balance both emotions, only then your life will be smooth. It is not that it's not against the person you are fighting, it's against you. Because you are not balancing both. Your left and right is masculine and feminine, and you're not balancing it. So, success is not about, for women especially, success is not about just career. Okay? For you, success is not just about money. Success is all about 3 factors. Your own self, first. You're happy with it. It can be anything. You can buy a bicycle, you can buy your favorite motorcycle, you can be in a normal job and you're happy with it, that's successful. You're happy inside out. Number 2, 3 factors. One is yourself, okay? Number 2 is your family. You are zero. You can be a mother, can be a father, can be a wife, husband, children, whoever it can be. Second is that. And third, in the if you don't have the universe backing up with you, you are zero. Your success will not scale. The scalability is zero there. And last and the least, I should say, everybody who don't know what you want to do next in life, ask this question, why? Because our brains are not capable of thinking what you should not think. Okay? Yes? This is one of my favorite authors' thing. How many of you know Simon Sinek? Okay, now I'll do a small activity, we'll finish off with this. Don't think of a black elephant. How many of you thought about it? That's the problem. Pilots have this, okay? Pilots வந்து எதை பார்க்க கூடாதோ அதை யோசிக்க மாட்டாங்க. இப்போ ரீசெண்டா பரிதாபங்கள், எத்தனை பேர் பரிதாபங்கள் ஃபாலோ பண்றீங்க? அது வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க that Gopi and Sudhakar, if you rugged down a girl and a soft on a star, that serious there will be one thing, okay? If you look at the lorry, you will go into the lorry, you will say that. So when you look at the obstacles, you will go towards the obstacles only. You will not look at the brighter side. So ask this question, what I have to become. Instead of thinking, I have a responsibility, all these things, put it aside. Ask this question to the universe. Surrender yourself to the universe. And the manifestations will be like this for you. Okay? Okay? Okay then, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am, for your cherishable presentation. I hope you guys noted everything. You enjoyed too, even. I request WTM ambassador and organizer of the events to present the memento to Shanmati Karthik. I request you, ma'am, to accept that token of love. Sure, ma'am. Shall we take a selfie?
come on and take. Everyone.
பின்னாடி தான் நம்ம சீட் இருக்குல்ல, சரி நான் பார்க்குறேன்.
Check. Who told him his sister? Then how he come Come, please come. If you
ஆமா, ஸ்ட்ரென்த் ஜாஸ்தியா இருக்குல்ல. கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி வந்துடுறீங்களா? இருங்க இருங்க, நான் வீடியோ எடுத்துட்டு வெளியில கேமரா வீடியோ வெளியில இருங்க 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 அப்படியே வெயிட் வெயிட்.
Your break time will be till 11:50. In the end, you will be getting the swags for the more views. So make sure you are getting more views. And at least this is your intention to come back. Volunteers, just guide people.
Hey, Dixie, why should
எப்படிடா நமக்கு முன்னாடி இவ்வளோ
பரவாயில்ல போல வருது. நீங்க சொன்னது தெரியும் வெளியே ஆடியோ வருது. ஸ்டார்டிங் கரண்ட் மட்டும் தான் லைட்டிங் சார் போயிடுச்சு. இப்போ வரல. இப்போ ஸ்டார்டிங் கரண்ட் மட்டும் தான் லைட்டிங். ஓப்பன் ஆடியோ வருது. இப்போ வரல. இப்போ ஸ்டார்டிங் கரண்ட் மட்டும் தான் லைட்டிங். இது இங்க பேசுறது
beautiful ladies, tag us in LinkedIn and Insta. So you'll get more exposure from us. It's not for us, because when you go to LinkedIn, whoever has a LinkedIn here, it's the best professional network. You could connect with a lot of people from Zoho, Nisho, PayPal and all these things. It's the first step. You can connect with the industrial people there, okay? And to me, you can Insta, WTM Brain Trainers handle, you can tag me, and people here, I can pass the mic so you can say your handle, so it'll be easier for the people to tag you.
Good morning, everyone. Mine would be just type Anisha Shabnam, and I think I'll just leave the links to Shruti or Madhumita so they can circulate it among you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so hey guys, so my handle will be Divya Saravanan. So my name will be like with a lot of dots and underscores. I share the link with Madhu or Shruti. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so mine is very simple. It's just Abhirami Muttumali. You can type it out and add Nisho after that, and you'll be able to find me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Hi everyone, same here. You can search for Abhinaya Mahindran on LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm active only on 2 places, not on any other social media, so you can easily find me there. Thank you.
Guys, I think I had my tag in the presentation itself, but you search for Rajlakshmi Srinivasan Zoho, you will find me in all this. I mean, I am on Insta as well, basically because I have to be there to follow my children. Okay, to know what they are doing. Similar, now they have changed to Snapchat. Snapchat. I didn't know open panla. I think I'll have to. Okay, just saying. So just you can just search and you can wherever. I mean, professionally, I'll be with LinkedIn. If you share, that should be fine. Thanks.
Once again, I welcome you all for this event. Now, it's time to call Abhinaya Mahindran, the lead data scientist, the AIML consultant and researcher in the field of natural language processing, deep learning, machine learning operation, open source contributor. She worked as a manager, data science in Infosys, senior engineer in Cisco, AIML consultant in freelance. She is a strong-willed and highly motivated person who wishes to contribute to the society. She is a quick learner who loves to explore the new technologies. She is a seasoned engineer with the right blend of data science and software skills focused on building the enterprise, ready as well as technology for good AI solutions. She has an extensive experience working both as an individual contributor and a manager building the products and the teams. Her skills include C, Java, Python, Oracle, JS, TensorFlow, Keras, cloud computing. Now, I would like to hand over the session to her, to a honorable speaker on the topic of how to contribute to the open source. The stage is over to you, ma'am. Okay, good morning everyone. Thank you for the nice introduction and thank you for inviting me to this session today. I have chosen some semi-technical topic today because I felt this might be the right crowd to talk about. So I just get started. This is again the conventional slide that I put in all my presentations. So I will put up a scan code at the end. You can follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. So my experience is around 10 years. I have worked in the industry for about 10 years. Right now I'm on a break from my full-time job and I'm doing things that I really like. I'm into some part-time AIML consulting and I also manage open source project for IIT Madras,
part-time as well. So like I come from a very technical background. I have a master's in computer science, so I know this might be a little heavy talk, but I'll try to tone it down. Today what we are going to see is this. I think previous speakers spoke about a lot of whys, so I'm going to talk about why you should contribute to open source. We'll talk about how the projects are actually put up in open source and what kind of tools, what kind of artifacts that you need to know to start contributing to open source, and like you will talk about some intro to Git, and maybe I'll not go into technical things, but then I'll talk about the importance of Git and the hows and the we'll also share some resources, and I have some important takeaways too, which is not very technical, but these are some things that we will see today. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. First. I think most of you know what is open source, right? Is there anyone here who doesn't know what open source projects are? Hands up if you do not know. No? Okay, maybe for the little people who do not know what is open source, people generally put out a lot of projects. Say companies, they work on a variety of things, be it AML or anything non-AML. They generally put it out to the public for contribution. So what you can do is, if you are, say, how many of you use Linux, your Linux-based systems for your coding? Only one? Others use Windows-based? Or you are not using anything? How many of you use Windows? How many of you use, say, some open source libraries for your work on Windows? Some libraries that you are using? Any library that you are using for your work? Solunga please. Okay, all of you know Python coding. You are using Python. Python is open source, right? You can also contribute your features or your, whatever you want to have in Python, you can actually contribute back to Python. So there are libraries like this, not just can easily contribute to all those projects. So here, before I'm going to tell you how to do that, I'll tell you the whys first. First thing is, you will basically enhance your skills. I know you are studying a lot of things at college. Most of them will be theoretical. And maybe these days you have some practical sessions as well. But the real world experience you will gain through contribution to open source, because you will be working with a lot of experienced people who are well versed in that library. You might be using it for a long time, so you may know all the features that it has. And you will know exactly what you want out of the library. So you will be able to enhance your technical skill in a way. So that is, like, say, your takeaway number one. Next is, you will meet a lot of like-minded people. I know for a lot of introverts, it's a very difficult thing to actually network. I am an introvert, maybe because I talk on stage doesn't mean that I'm an extrovert person. I am an introvert. But I have met a lot of people through contribution to open source. I have never met them in my life ever. But I have worked with them for almost 6 years, 7 years, etc. That's only because open source is the right place to find people who share your passion. So that's the second biggest thing you will get out of open source. Third is, you will improve the quality of the software. Say you are using a library. You think that, okay, what if I have this option? It will be nice. You're using, maybe, I don't know if Instagram is not open source, but then if you think, okay, I need an additional filter or additional feature to take a picture. If it was open source, probably you could contribute that feature back to that particular software, and people will be using that software. So essentially, you are improving people's quality of life by contributing back to the open source project. So these are initial things that you can think of when you want to contribute to open source projects. Next is, you can build a brand. When I say brand, okay, here maybe I'm not going to talk too much about branding, but branding is very important. Like how networking is very important, branding yourself is very important. Like the previous speakers mentioned, right? You need to know your voice, you need to create an identity for yourself. For that, this is one best way. If I want to be a technical person and I want to be known by everyone as technically sound person. This will be the best way to do that. It doesn't cost money. You don't have to spend anything out of your pocket. All you have to do is spend your time doing this. So people will know branding, but the branding is very huge. They like how it happens very important. Branding is so your boss is ID for yourself. So that's right. For that, this is starting best quality. I want to see how can this will be the best way. What doesn't cost us, you don't have to spend it. Okay? All you have to do is ID. You must have doing research, obstacles which you don't know how to navigate, they'll be there to help you. But they may not be able to create opportunities for you. When you go reach out to them for help, they'll be there to help you. But a sponsor is the other one, where they will create opportunities for you. For that, what do they need to know? They need to know your story. You have to be open about your story. You have to build credibility. Then someone who is not at all known to you will actually talk for you. So maybe I'll share a small example from my own experience. I quit my job in November 2022 because of health reasons. Rajashmi ma'am was talking about one point, right? Please take care of your health. So I'm a live example of not doing that, and I had to take a break from full-time job. So after that, I have not been working for almost 2 months after that, till December. January, I got an opportunity through an acquaintance who knows my open source contribution, which I did 2 years back. In 2021, I built a model for Hugging Face. How many of you know Hugging Face? Okay. So I built a model which can generate stories in Tamil because I really like Tamil as a language. So I wanted to do something for Indian NLP. That was a small hackathon which I participated, and I built a model. Someone who is little known in the industry, maybe you may know that person. There is a person called One Little Coder who does a lot of video tutorials on a lot of AI/ML stuff. So he got to know me through that contribution, and we were in touch in LinkedIn. 2 years later, I took a break. I even announced that in LinkedIn, telling that I'm taking a break because I feel it should be a norm that taking a break is not a big thing. This is my second career break in all of these 10 years. But that didn't affect my chance of getting a new job. So when I announced it, that person, he came to me and he said, hey, I have an opportunity which I cannot take personally, but I'm sure you will be able to do it because I have seen your contributions. Will you be able to do that? And that client is with me now. So I'm working for that client part-time on my own watch. I'm just doing that work. So you will get a sponsor by doing open source contribution because we listen to manifestation and all that, right? Like when you think of something, it will come to you. I was wondering, okay, I also have EMI, I have to pay for my house. How will I get money if I take a break from work? Whatever things I have done in the past, those things have brought me money now. So finding a sponsor and mentor, it's very easy if you are exposing yourself to the open source community. And you can also become a mentor or sponsor to someone, right? Like you will find people who are way more talented than you, which is going to happen for sure. Then you can vouch for them. You can bring opportunities to them. Ultimately, it's a give and take thing, right? You help someone, that help will come to you at some point in life. So that's one of the best reasons why you should actually start contributing to open source. And last point is learn people skills. Forget about technical skills. All of us can learn. If someone is training you hard, you will learn all the technical skills in the world. You will be able to excel at it no matter what. What is not taught is people skills. They are called core skills, even in industry. Say if you're working with a distributed team, which is like all over the place. Say you have a European team, you have a US team, and you have an Australian team, and you are in India. You're working with multiple people. Without knowing how to effectively communicate with them, without taking into account their situation, without being empathetic, you will never get even a single step. You have to learn people skills. You have to communicate effectively. You have to understand people. So that is more important, not just in your technical career, even for life in general. This will be one of the most important reasons why you should do open source contribution, because you are not going to meet those people in life ever. If you are lucky, you will meet them, the important whys that I wanted to start my talk with. Now we'll see how the projects will be structured. Like I keep telling, okay, open source project, open source project. These are the things that will be there in an open source project. First is the people. I have specified some 5 different people. You can be an author, an owner, a maintainer, a contributor, or a community member. So suppose I want to create a, let's say, so what is some interesting use case that you would want to get solved? Maybe something, okay, let's say I want to build a platform just like LinkedIn, a professional network, but I want to build my own network, okay, build my own platform. Then I will create a project, so I will become the owner of the project, okay? And once I create, I can be the owner also, I can be the maintainer also. So author, owner and maintainer can be the same person, or I can bring in more people. I'll pick, okay, I need some software engineers who can do the back-end work, I need some UX engineers, I need some ML people. So let's say all these people are there and I pick 2-3 people from each of these categories and I make them maintainers. What is their work? They will try to quality check the code. I can write code, but my code is not going to be 100% bug-free. It is not going to be 100% efficient. Not all products in the world are 100% bug-free, right? You know that when you are using Facebook or any app that you can think of, it all comes with a bug. So you need people to quality control your code. So the maintainer will basically do that. And they will also help facilitate the project. So what will they do if someone is making a contribution to the project? They will check if it is meeting all the criteria. So I will have some test cases already written for my project. They'll see if all the test cases are passing. Only then they will allow you to merge your code to the overall library. So those are the first three. Author, anyway, I think most of the time it will be the same person. Author, owner and maintainer might be the same person all the time. Contributors are us, like people like us. Maybe we do not have all the time in the world, or we do not have all the compute in the world, but we will be able to do little things. Maybe we can contribute, say, a documentation fix, a bug fix, or maybe someone is asking a question about the library. You know very well about the library because you have been using it for a long time. You can just answer the question. So those people are called contributors. Okay, anything, it can be as simple as answering a question on GitHub. So that will be considered as an open source contribution because you're helping someone else. And final is the community members are the ones who are using it. Maybe they are not contributors, they can also be the contributors, but there are cases where people, maybe we can use the product without even contributing, that's still okay. So these are the people involved in open source project. These are the artifacts that you need to know. So those people are called contributors. When I say artifacts, anything, you have to read these files and answer the question. So if you can randomly go to consider as a file, pick any project because you're any project on GitHub or go to GitHub training page. The community members any projects for you will find all these things. They're not contributors. So the license details of the project. So license itself has so many variations. If let's say maybe in my mind I'm thinking about only AML examples. Maybe if some, let's say JavaScript is there, it may have Apache 2 license. That means it is an open source project and people can use it for commercialization also. Like you can build a product using JavaScript and you don't have to owe back anything to the community. You are free to use and you can monetize it. But there are restricted licenses where you can use the project for only research purposes, but you will not build a product. So there are people there is a specific group of people who check all these licenses before a product goes to the market, because it's very crucial. You cannot make money out of a non-open source project, and specifically you have to check for the licenses. So first thing you need to check is license. Second is README file. README file will tell you what this project is about, what you can do with it, how you can do with it, everything. So that file is where you will go and see how to use the library, how will you use it in your development work, or how will you use it to test. All that will be put up in the guide. For users, it's okay to read the README file, the ones who are just using the library. But for people who are going to contribute, and every project will have its own contributing guide. In contributing guide, they will tell you README file will tell you what this project is about, add your what you can do as a different branch, how will you commit, how will you merge, that file is where you request to see. How to these might look very technical, but these are very simple things that, or how once you know what it is, all the terms I'm talking is very simple. They will tell you how to contribute to that, because without that you can do anything and it will become a large mess, right? Because thousands of people will be contributing to the project. So you have to read the contributing guide. Next is code of conduct. When I was talking about people skills, this is where it will come to play. You cannot be mean to people. If they do not know something, you cannot tell them harshly that, hey, what is this? You don't know this. You cannot say that on a public forum. Similarly, you have to help out people. If they are reaching out to you for help, you will have to help out people. You have to have a kind language. You need to be, very polite in your replies. All these are very important. Otherwise, you will be even taken out of the community. You will not have access to the community. Because people from different backgrounds, people who speak different languages all come to the same place and they contribute. So there will be gap in understanding. You have to be very patient and you have to learn from each other. So code of conduct is something that you have to read. In all the repositories they have this. And there will be other documentations like tutorials, like examples. All these are important to know how to use the library. So these are some of the non-people things that you should know about the project. Maybe the screenshot is not so clear. You can pick any GitHub project and check for these things. So what is displayed here is the pull request, the issues, all those things. So you can check any GitHub project for this. If you go and check, there will be a README file in this repository. There will be a code of conduct. There will be a contributing guide. So I know a screenshot might not be visible. You can Google and figure out on your own. Next thing that we'll see in this anatomy is the tools. Now you know who the people are, like what things you should know before you start contributing to a project. What tools are there which will help you in contributing? First thing is issue tracker. Issue tracker is a section in GitHub where, I forgot to tell this, GitHub itself is open source. GitHub is a company that makes money, but using GitHub is it's free. It's completely free, right? Anyone can create a project. Anyone can host your website for free without money. So GitHub is one good example of open source. And here, issue tracker tells you what is going on in the project. Do they need help? Are people looking for any enhancements? Are people looking for any bug fixes? So all that will be put up in this. So if you see, there are some green color labels and all that, right? So every maintainer has their own way of tagging the issues. So you can look through the tag and figure out, okay, this is an enhancement, this is a bug fix, etc. And you can choose to contribute to that. So this is the first thing you have to check if you want to go and contribute to open source is the issue tracker. And the second one is pull requests. So now you figured out, okay, someone needs help with fixing an error in documentation, let's say.
follow them, take a picture of your tag and either post it in your feed or just in your story and tag Let's Lunch. So once you have done that, just take a screenshot of it and post it in the WhatsApp group. Okay, because some people you do have private account and we will not be able to see it, right? So you do that. And for 5 lucky winners at the end of today, we will provide you Amazon gift voucher for 5 winners. Right? So I hope if this sounds fun, make sure you do that. We also have this QR code outside near the info. And yes, you all look tired, so can we all go for break? For lunch? How many of you ready for free lunch? How many of you ready for pizzas?
லாக் ஆயிருக்கு.
ரோதனை ஒரு பாட்டு இது கொடுங்க வேறு காமெண்ட் ஷேர் பண்ணி தந்துடுறேன்.
Once again, I welcome you all. I hope all your tummies got filled. Is that right? Okay. Okay, let's start with our event. Now, it's time to call Divya S., the software engineer at PayPal. She worked as a tech head in Gwindy Times, also the backend developer in Matrix Infotech. Experienced summer analyst with the demonstrated history of working in a financial service industry, skilled in Python, JavaScript, Java, C++, computer science. Strong business development professional with a BA focused in computer science for the College of Engineering, Gwindy. She is an enthusiastic learner and a mature blogger. Her skills also include web development as well as AOS. Now, I will hand it over this session to our energetic women on the topic of decision making and empowerment.
Hello guys, good afternoon. Did you all have your lunch? How was it? Stomach full? Did you all get an extra pizza? No. They didn't give you? Sad. Alright, so how is the session going so far? So until now, do you feel energized or did you learn something new or is it boring, sleepy? Okay. Okay, I get that. We are right after lunch and going to the next session might be boring. So before we actually get started, okay, let's do a small activity. This is just to wake you up from your sleep, okay? So have you all heard about the game Simon Says? Okay, so it's very simple. There are few actions, okay? Raise your right hand, raise your left hand, stand up, sit down. So whenever I say Simon says do this, then you're going to do. When I don't say Simon says, you're not going to do it, okay? So just to see how much focused you are. Shall we do a demo? No energy. எல்லாரும் சாப்பிட்டீங்க தானே? Okay. Simon says, raise your right hand. Simon says, clap your hands. Stand up. Yeah, looks like most of the crowd is awake. Great going. With that, let me get started. So most of the points were already covered by most of the speakers. I will just try to emphasize or stress on few things that you guys would really need to know. So, okay. So, எல்லாரும் லைஃப்லயும் வந்து என்னாச்சும் ஸ்டோரி இருக்கா சொல்றதுக்கு. If I call any of you and ask, tell me a story about your life, will you be able to do now? Yes? No? Okay. Similarly, my life also has a story. So, going back to 2006, so that's where I started my school in Kunnur. So, my hometown is in Kunnur. So, I didn't have a big financial, economic background. So, rumba lower middle class I grew up. So, the school I studied, my friends all had fancy items and all. At times, என்னடா நமக்கு இதெல்லாம் இல்லையே அப்படின்ட்டு இருக்கும். But at the same time, அம்மா அப்பா நமக்கு வந்து கஷ்டப்பட்டு they just did a lot of sacrifices and put me there. So, ma'am was talking about the why factor. The why factor for me was my parents. That's what motivated me or pushed me to do many things in life. All my prime aim was, amma appa nalla vechukanum, I should take my family to the next level. That was my why factor. So, school went like that. And in school எப்படின்னா guys, I want help with okay, let me stop there. 8th standard la வந்து you have volleyball selection, okay? So வந்து volleyball first வந்து ஒரு 2 days கூப்பிடுவாங்க. They'll call and volleyball விளையாட தெரிஞ்சவங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இங்க underarm எடுத்தா, that is if you're able to control the ball, they'll call you and they'll give you training and you'll be in the team. So I also went for practice. First 2-3 days க்கு போனேன். எனக்கு ball கையிலே நிக்கல. But all my friends got selected. Then my PT sir said, "You're unfit to play volleyball. Don't come and waste my time. So please don't come and சொல்லிட்டாரு." I actually felt bad. என்னடா நம்மள பார்த்து இப்படி சொல்லிட்டாரே அப்படின்ட்டு. But I don't know, it didn't stop me from again going there, again getting scoldings. Again, then I continued and அவரே சரி வாமா. What I thought was, worst caseல என்ன ஆகும்? நம்ம சப்ஸ்டியூட்டா போடுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி தான் யோசிச்சுட்டு I went. So you won't believe, after 3 months, under specific division team, I became the captain. Okay. I'm just trying to tell here, don't give up on things or யாரோ ஒருத்தங்க இப்படி சொல்லிட்டாங்களே நம்மளால பண்ண முடியாதுன்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தை வந்து just don't keep it in consideration. That's because you define you. Okay. அதுக்கப்புறம் அப்படியே வந்து 10th போச்சு. 10th வந்து I really got good marks. So we all have this thing, 10th நல்ல மார்க் எடுத்தா you should take biology group. How many of you have here have heard this? Exactly. நானும் அப்படிதான் இருந்தேன். I didn't have a career. அப்போ வந்து இதுதான் ஆகணும் இப்படிதான் ஆகணும். I didn't have anything of that kind. Okay. So நல்ல மார்க் எடுத்துட்டோம். Staff will put you in biology group. I went to study biology. இப்போ biology போனா என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? Okay, நீ biology group வந்துட்ட. Okay. நீ biology group வந்துட்ட. அடுத்து என்ன? டாக்டர் தான். கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Right. The same for me also. I studied. Okay, நம்ம டாக்டர் தான் ஆக போறோம். I did get a good cut off as well. But it was in 2017 the NEET, the National Entrance Eligibility Test for medical entrance, came into picture. So I didn't have a yearn to become a doctor. So parents also was not comfortable or okay to send me for coaching classes, crash courses and all. But all my friends started going for crash courses, under course, in the course, other than center. So what I thought, whatever we can, let us study, go write the exam. I went, I did, I cleared it, but I couldn't get a seat in a government college. Parallelly, engineering counseling happened. I started applying for counseling as well. I attended counseling and somehow I landed up in engineering. The irony is, சின்ன வயசுல வந்து நமக்கு எல்லாம் ambitions இருக்குல்ல. I wanted to become a teacher. I wanted to become a professor. I wanted to become a doctor, astronaut, and whatnot, but never wanted to become an engineer. But that's where I landed up in. அந்த மாதிரி யாராச்சும் இருக்கீங்களா?
Juice, Pepsi.
Okay. Okay, I can totally connect with you guys. So engineering happened. First 6 months of college was a nightmare. Biology group la irundha appade vanda sutti irukanga ellarume I didn't have even exposure to computers because I didn't have a computer at home. All I knew was whatever practicals I did in school. சுத்தி இருக்கவங்க எல்லாருமே வந்து கோட் எடுக்கறாங்க, இது ஆன்சர் பண்றாங்க கிளாஸ்ல. It was actually scary because I got good marks coming and sitting in a class. Just imagine you don't know anything and people around you are answering to things. It was actually a bit scary and I just can't imagine that phase. So first few months just went just like that. And okay, I thought my why came into picture. Okay, my parents are there. I need to do something. So that's when I thought, okay, let's forget about the things happening around. Let's start it from scratch. From the basics, it's okay if it takes time. So I started reading a book, Pradeep Day, Fundamentals with Scenes in it. It was actually a pretty good, decent and easy book to follow. That's how I started learning programming. And eventually days went like that, and probably at the end of second year, I started getting so comfortable. In இருக்கவங்களுக்கு என்னாச்சும் program அடிச்சோ, or once you code something and if you get some output, you get that excitement. How many of you get that? That's nice. That's kind of a different feeling, right? I don't know, that I like that feeling very much, and that's how I thought, okay, this is the best place for me to be here. So let's start working on it. So believe me guys, you may not understand இப்போ நம்ம ஏன் பண்றோம்னே தெரியாம இருக்கும், but there is a reason for it. If not now, at least sometime in the future, you will realize that you are here for a reason. And that's how my journey started. I started doing a lot of projects, and then I started working in startups for pocket money, and then got internships, placements, and somehow I landed up in PayPal. And that's me, Divya S, standing in front of you. I would like to thank the organizing team for inviting me here, and I feel very privileged to talk amongst the esteemed speakers here. So yeah, that's pretty much about me. Ipo, next. Okay. நம்ம வந்து ஸ்கூல் படிக்கும்போது ஸ்கூல்ல மட்டும் படிச்சா போதும், காலேஜ் வந்தா படிக்க தேவையில்லை, என்ஜாய் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு கேள்வி அப்படின்னு கேட்டு தான் வளர்ந்துருப்போமே. But we all came to college only to know that was a lie, right? That learning factor never stops. காலேஜ்லயுமே கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க வேலைக்கு போனா படிக்க வேணான்ட்டு, but totally wrong. Everywhere you go, learning is the must factor, and தெரிஞ்சோ தெரியாமலோ you start learning new things. That's to improve yourself, and if you don't do that, that's not right again. Your learning is a never-ending process. That's how I would like to say. If you see this graph, this is called the S curve of learning, okay? உங்க sem exams வச்சே we will start. Semester 1 you started. You will start learning something at the beginning of semester. அப்படியே over the semester you இதை படிக்கணும் அதை படிக்கணும் you start learning a lot of things. And towards the end of the semester, things become stagnant. So you start preparing or you start revising on your things what you learned throughout the semester, write your exams, and that's how. And again, next semester pogo, with whatever you learned in the previous semester, you again start from scratch, and it just goes like that, and that's how your life also goes. In that, you're not going to stop learning, okay, just mark this point. But learning, படிக்கணும் சொல்றாங்க, எப்படி படிக்கணும்? Just get your fundamentals strong. எதை படிச்சாலுமே வந்து ஸ்கிராச்ல இருந்து படிங்க. How many of you here know programming? Coding, any language? Raise your hands. This is the engineering background only, right? I'm talking to the right audience only, right? Okay, great. You will not know other essence இப்போ, but as you learn other things, நீங்க எங்கேயோ படிச்ச basics தான் வந்து will help. So it's okay. இப்பவே வந்து நான் எதுவுமே தெரியலன்னு நினைச்சா it's fine, but start learning from the fundamentals. Okay, programming தெரியும்னு சொன்னீங்கல்ல. There is a variable I which is assigned to some number. You're incrementing it. What's the output? Anybody wants to give it a try? You can raise your hand and answer. Stand up. Wrong. Okay. Okay, it's wrong. Okay, wait there. Next.
Same.
No.
Same. The same number.
No.
Nothing will print it.
No. Okay. Let me give the answer. So if you see the number there is the maximum value integer variable can hold. Okay. So if you increment it, what will happen is it will wrap up and it will go to the least value the integer can hold. That is minus 214, etc., etc., ending with the 8. How many of you know this concept? Might be, இது எங்க தெரியுமா படிச்சிப்போ integer overflow ஒரு கான்செப்ட் இருக்கும் programming start பண்ணும்போது. So this is what integer overflow does. So எனக்குமே initially என்ன கேட்டிங்கன்னா எனக்குமே தெரியல. Over the time I learned things. So what happened is in an interview, one of the guy, there was a logic that was supposed to be written. He cleared the logic, passed it, everything was fine. But over a place there, he had to use a long variable instead of integer. But he didn't know that because of which it got, because of which there was other things happening. That's where we lack basics, and it's really, really essential to get your fundamentals strong, right? Okay. Now இப்போ யாரெல்லாம் வந்து வேலைக்கு போகணும் job அப்படின்னு கேட்டிருந்தீங்க. Can you just raise your hands once again? Right. Pretty good number. How have you started preparing? Oh, I'm sure all of you must be aware that you need to sit for interviews. Okay, the first and foremost thing is any company, bank or any product or service-based company you go, the first thing is problem solving with data structures and algorithms. Might sound the கேள்வி பட்டிருப்பீங்க because every interview go, this is the first thing they will ask, or this is what your test, everything will be based on problem solving and data structures. You need to be very strong at it. So data structures, problem solving, இதெல்லாம் ஒரே நாள்ல படிச்சிட முடியுமா? No. It all comes with practice. You need to practice. இப்போ okay, நான் இப்போ இருக்கேன். எனக்கு வந்து எதுவுமே தெரியாது. Can I start learning this? Definitely yes. You can start with coding one program today. It can be a basic one, like adding two numbers, finding the minimum element, and so on. So when it comes to data structures, there are the basic ones like stack, queues, maps, trees, etc. Get yourself comfortable with these and then go to advanced like dynamic programming, graphs, disjoint sets, etc. And then once this is done, there will be questions on concepts of OOPS, database, operating system, networks, and etc. இதெல்லாம் வந்து base standard set of things or standard set of questions for an interview. இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி your questions will be based on your resume, what you give, what you tell about yourself. So make sure you don't lie about it. My friend செஞ்ச project நான் போட்டிருக்கேன். That's not going to work because your interviewer will easily find out you're lying about it. Okay, இப்போ classல வந்து they are asking me to do some project. Definitely the first thing we go to GitHub. என்னாச்சும் ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்கா இல்லை இன்டர்நெட்லேயே ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் இருக்கா, we download it and then execute it and show. But how many of us take that effort to understand what is there? It's okay if you're downloading it from the internet, but are you taking that effort to understand what is there in that code you downloaded? That really matters. And again, when I say practice, 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 again, don't go and memorize algorithms. That's not going to help. Might be a help to clear your interview, but once you come into the industry and when you're asked to solve real-time problems, you'll easily get caught. Start slow. It's okay. Start slow, but don't copy, memorize, and all those things, right? That's really essential. These are a few sites which ma'am also had on a slide that will be helpful for you to get started with coding or interview preparation. Maybe you can take a note of them, or we can share the slides with you. Okay, I'll probably give a high-level view of my interview experiences, okay? So way back in my second year, there's something called the STEP program from Google, okay? So they'll actually choose girls from the second year and they'll help you with projects and understand real-world things. அப்போ வந்து எனக்கு first கேட்ட question வந்து normal stack. அப்போ I didn't know. Somehow I tried to manage. My next question was create a minimum stack. That is, every time you pop out an element from a stack, a minimum element should come out. I mean, I didn't have idea of that. I couldn't crack that. Then years later, I had my on-campus interview for another fintech organization. There again, my questions were around, how the execution of a program takes place in OS, and one program or problem solving based on Q, and other HR things like strength, weakness, etc. And then I got a PPO there, and my journey travel. But I didn't want to stop there. I kept trying for various off-campus experiences. So, somehow through referrals, I got a chance. I got an interview with Google. Anga vanda first round resume patti kuda kekkala. First edutone or program, one problem solving. Again, that was based on maps and sorting algorithm. And I somehow cleared the first round. And after that, we had another 3-4 rounds, which I couldn't crack. But the questions again were based on queues, dynamic programming, and basic algorithms. And my recent experience was with PayPal. There again we had questions on linked list, incrementing operators, polymorphism, overloading, overriding. இதெல்லாம் இங்க கேள்விப்பட்ட மாதிரியே இருக்கா? So if you look at my experience, all of these questions or all of the things covered were just problem solving, data structures and algorithms, and concepts of OOPS, DBMS, OS, and networks. So that's how your standard product or service-based interviews would be. I'm sure most of you would be aware of it. Just a recap. Yeah, with that said, what if I say, in the technology எல்லாம் வந்து தெரிஞ்சாதான் you will get a job or people will consider you? யார் ஃபேஸ்லயும் எந்த ரியாக்ஷனும் காணோம். Laughing, scared, shocked. Okay, can any of you name a few technologies here? I mean, based on the symbol. Python.
CSS, AWS.
Okay, இதுல எது front end, எது back end அந்த மாதிரி தெரியுமா? Okay. You have HTML, CSS, Bootstrap for the front end.
PHP.
And back end you have other such languages as well. So yeah, if இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி there is no code, no code coming into the industry. அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, you develop or build something with no code. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Just with UI and all those things, you build something. That's how the industry is moving forward. Excuse me, next. But believe me, none of this is actually a requirement for you to get into the industry. It's actually good to know about them. If you're interested in web development, you can know front end, back end, and all those things. but nevertheless, it's a necessity. It's really not a necessity. People interviewing you, what they really look at is your curiosity to learn, your adaptability. Because நீங்க போய் ஒரு say I know React and Node. நான் போய் அதுக்கு மட்டும் தான் வேலை செய்வேன் அப்படினு சொன்னா it's not going to happen because over the years of time things keep changing. When I joined PayPal, that was just 1.5 years back, I started working on Spring. Now I'm working on Salesforce. That's totally two different things. I cannot go say that I know only Spring, so I will work only on that. That's not the case. So how we are able to adapt to new things, your curiosity to learn new things is what really matters in the industry, right? So there is this misconception. Now இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சாதான் வந்து எனக்கு வேலை கிடைக்கும். Not really. Although it's a good to have thing, I wouldn't stop you from learning. But இதெல்லாம you need not get disheartened is what I would say. Okay? Are you all with me? Oh, what do you feel right now? Scared? Good? Bad? Okay, I hope you're all fine. Next. How many of you, I believe most of you have a LinkedIn profile here. Just raise your hand, how many of you have an active LinkedIn profile? Okay, there are still few people not having a LinkedIn account. So I would say that LinkedIn is a huge platform for you to network. Believe me, that's because of LinkedIn only I'm here today. You'll get on-campus placements. You may or may not get a job, but it's absolutely fine. LinkedIn is such a huge network. எல்லாத்துக்குமே வேலை இருக்கு என்ன கேட்டா. It's just that you try, you go reach out to people, refer பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்றது. எல்லாமே நீங்க பண்றதா இருக்கு. எல்லா இடத்துலயுமே வேலை இருக்கு. எனக்கு வந்து வேலை கிடைக்கல அப்படின்னு சொன்னாவே வந்து I feel என்னடா இவ்ளோ வேலை இருக்கு but people are not taking that effort. அப்படிதான் I feel. Because there are a lot of opportunities everywhere. It's just that you need to go and apply for things and all those things. So you can apply for off-campus jobs. There are a lot of jobs available. You can ask people for referrals. And believe me, people over here, my co-delegates and me are always there to help you. You can reach out to us or anyone in that case on LinkedIn. We live in a good community, right? So people will be definitely there to help you. So get started with LinkedIn. Make sure you have a LinkedIn account. Keep things updated so that even recruiters might start reaching out to you, right? Next. Okay, adala vandu interview, adala vandu okay. Let's cool it down. How many of you make decisions here on your own? Nice. Not all hands are up. Why do we don't make decisions on our own? Sometimes even I need somebody to validate my decision. Why is that the case? That's because we are not really aware of all the consequences or how we must make a decision. Let's talk this with an analogy. Ellarum IV ku plan pannirkingala? Okay, let's start planning for an IV now. First thing what we do? என்னென்ன பிளேஸ்க்கு போறோம் அப்படின்றது வந்து we'll take a list, right? What all places are there? We'll take a list. That is what are the possible options we have. Next.
Number of people.
Okay, the number of people, the budget.
Days.
Sorry?
Days.
The number of days.
The industry we are in.
Sorry?
Industry we are in.
Are you really going to visit an industry?
That's the purpose. That's the name.
Okay, I thought IVs were tours only. I'm shocked when you said you're going to visit an industry. Right, almost all the points you covered. Let me walk you through from first. The first thing is, what are all the possible options? Say, I'm going to Goa pola, Coorg pola, Kerala pola. Right. Now, the time I have to decide, or epoch I need to make this decision. Say, now I have like 3-4 months. Say I'm going for IV in September. I have time to plan, so I can plan leisurely. But say I have to go for IV in the next month. I don't have much time. So I need to make things fast enough pace. that really matters on your decision. And gather all the information about the places, about Goa, what are the things we can go there, Kerala, Coorg, and the consequences, of course. If Goa ku pona enna agum? Okay, I'm expecting a funny answer. Okay. Coorg ku pona enna agum? Or what we get out of it? Or what are the risks involved? And then, are these things to your value? So, I'm not sure if this particular example can be applicable or you can connect with your value. Say, namakku or budget irukku. Maybe in this case, or 8,000 kullanada, everybody will come. That's something we stick towards. That's really important, right? So, this is something we need to consider. And then, of course, the pros and cons of it. In Pona, will you be happy? Will everybody be happy? What can go wrong? What cannot go wrong? All these things. So all these things put together help you make a good decision. So once you take that, after considering all this, you decide on the decision, you choose it, fine. You should not go back because you did so much research around it unless there's something wrong. That's how effective your decision should be, right? I'm not sure if everybody were able to connect with this. This is just on how you need to think or make your own decisions, right? Next. இப்போ இதெல்லாம் பேசணும் காலையில இருந்து வந்து ma'am spoke about few things. We saw about open source contribution and the why part. Some of you sitting here might be like, I don't know anything. I couldn't connect with what you were just speaking. Or, ayyo, nam idella inno padikka start pannalaye. That fear will be there. Or you may not be up to the mark. But I say it's okay. It's absolutely okay to be in that situation. I would say it's okay to fail at times because I personally see failure is sometimes makes you stronger or makes you work harder towards something you actually need, right? But what really matters is, what do you do after the failure to overcome it? You just cannot say, okay, na biology group la dhaan vandirukken, ennala code panna mudiyadhu. You cannot just accept that failure without even trying it. You need to take that step, try, and then come to a conclusion, okay, maybe that's not your path. So, this is something I really like, okay. Never give yourself a chance to regret. என்ன பண்ணாலும் நம்ம ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு ஓகே நமக்கு வரல அப்படின்னு சொன்னா it's fine. It can be a career decision or it can be a person you're going to lose in a relationship. Just give out your best. You shouldn't have கொஞ்ச நாள் போயிட்டு you shouldn't think ஐயோ நம்ம இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் பெட்டரா பண்ணிருக்கலாமே. And the thought should never come in your mind. And that's something I really like or I really want to stick towards too. Never give yourself a chance to regret on anything, any little thing in your life. And இதெல்லாம் சொல்றோமே இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணுமே அப்படினா it's not really easy. It's always very hard to take the first step. எனக்கு கோடிங் தெரியாது அப்படினா இங்க இருந்துட்டு சொல்றது is fine, but taking that first step to start learning is what really matters. And that is actually coming out of your comfort zone. Be comfortable or place la ukandite okay, I don't know anything, சொல்றது it's fine, but getting out of the comfort zone is essential because I had an experience. So when I joined PayPal, I was supposed to work on a new technology. I knew nothing about it. But it actually was really very hard. So to go and understand things, it was very uncomfortable because edume theriyadu. I need to go ask help and all those stuff. But later I realized my life is going to be like that and I need to start getting comfortable being uncomfortable. Alright? And take time to reflect on yourself. So as ma'am mentioned, spend that me time. How many of you here have the time for yourself? எனக்கு மட்டும் வேற யாருமே வந்திருக்காது. No friends, no family. That's actually a good habit. Now college படிக்கும்போது I didn't have much of all these things, but when I started working, getting into the industry, I really wanted my me time sometimes badly. It's really essential to analyze and reflect on yourself. நம்ம என்ன தப்பு பண்ணோம், என்ன தப்பு பண்ணல. So sometimes some of us have this habit, right? Comparing ourselves with others. How many of us do? There are, especially women, because I actually did that. Sometimes that will really pull me down. Ayyo, ivanga adu pandranga, avanga idu pandranga. But later I came to realize what I actually need to do is compare myself with me, with the me of yesterday. I need to make sure that I am a better person than I was yesterday standing here. So it might be a most little thing. So yesterday I did or solved a program with easy level. Today I'm solving it with medium level. Of course I have to become a better person in that case. That's really important to reflect on ourselves. So எல்லாருமே சொல்லி கேள்விப்பட்டீங்களா, surround yourself with positive people. That's a common phrase used. But I really want to stress that be that positive person that somebody else want you to be around, or want people, I mean, நீங்க அவ்வளோ பாசிட்டிவா இருக்கணும் that people want you to be with them. That's the energy we need to bring. Just let's stop blaming others. இவங்க நெகட்டிவா இருக்காங்க அதனால விட்டுறேன். நம்ம ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்மள பாசிட்டிவ் ஆக்கிக்கலாம். Let's do that as the first step. That's something really I actually look onto. And idella thandi, most importantly, enjoy your life. I just had a conversation with a few folks in college and how they are enjoying life. So that's actually important. You have career, you have money, you have everything, but happiness and the factor in nothing is worth it. Believe me guys, nothing is worth it. Just make sure you're enjoying things that make you happy. That's really essential. And today, gone are the days where opportunity comes and knocks your door only once you make use of it. I totally disagree with that. Opportunities are everywhere. Everywhere, right in your college. If I see that you have extra classes where professors help you to learn extra skills and all these things. Make use of that. All that it matters is come out of your comfort zone, take that step forward and go put that effort into what you actually need. You have opportunities, it's just that you need to go pick them and make use of it. Might apply everywhere as well. But do you guys know how much privileged you are? Anybody here says, okay, na privileged illa appadinte? That's not the case. You know, there are students, girls, boys out there who do not get the basic right to education. There are so many villages, communities where girls are said, looking after the family is the primary goal of life, and sorry to say this, it still happens today. Okay, let me go to a real-time story. I know a girl who's younger to me. Her dad was not so good. So what her mom said was, okay, get married, live a happy life. And she agreed to it. Is that her problem? Or is the mistake on her? Is the mistake on a mom? Is the mistake on a society? No answer. Today, 30% of women who graduate out of college do not go for a job or do not earn. What happens to the rest? I'm sorry, only 30% of women go to work. What happens to the rest of the 70%? There are things evolving, growing, I absolutely accept that. But believe me, there is humongous effort needed to bring them up. And doesn't stop here, okay? Financial independence is necessary. It applies for both guys and girls. How many of our moms don't go for work? You don't need to raise your hands, but just think for yourself. My mom doesn't, but I know how much dependent she is for the littlest thing. That's what actually pushed me go beyond things. So guys and girls, so it's our thing. So it's our duty to remove all these barriers. So it's us who should break these stereotypes, break the chain. It's not that easy, I'm sure. Maybe some of us here also face such things. It's not really easy to come out of that, as I'm saying. There are a lot of hardships, failures we're going to face. It's not a one-day thing, but just us taking that first step is the most important thing. Getting out of the comfort zone and doing things for a change is actually what matters. So guys and girls, when I can continue to play volleyball, when my sir said, I'm unfit, why can't you? When I can remove that mental block from my head, coming from a biology group saying that I can code and end up being a good engineer in PayPal, why can't you? You won't believe, guys, I had a lot of stage fear. I've stammered in front of a lot of leaders in so many presentations. But when I can get through that and talk in front of you, why can't you? So my journey of exploring, being independent, growing, learning is not going to stop here. And neither I want any of you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enthusiastic presentation. I request WTM Ambassador and the organizer of the event to present a memento to Divya S. I request ma'am to accept a token of love. Now, it's time to call Abhidami Muthumani, Senior Business Analyst at Meesho. She also worked as a Business Analyst in Ola, Associate Business Analyst in Flipkart. If we can describe her in one word, it would be persistent. Over the years, she have learned falling doesn't mean anything until we learn how to pick up by ourselves. We dust up ourselves and move forward. She enjoys solving problems using a data-driven approach and working cross-functionally with different terms to achieve the common good. Her skills include Python, REST, Metabase, Amazon Redshift, Apache Spark, and various skills on her data analyst. Now, she's here to take a session on the topic of SQL and business analysis. Over to you, ma'am. Just they will be in a few seconds.
So guys, did you scan the code? Photos? Who are interested in swags? So, reminding you again, scan it and send your pics. People will be getting exciting swags and also rewards. So, let me put you a question. How many of you know the colors of IWT? Colors involved in IWT? Someone raise their hand. Not volunteers maybe. You can raise your hand. Colors involved in IWT. Okay, green.
Blue, green, white.
No. internet. No. I need colors and what that color represents. Don't Google. Don't Google. Anyone? So let me reveal the answer. Don't Google. The answer is purple, green, white. Purple represents, okay, what? Represents what? You guys are eliminated, you are searching in Google, I can see. So purple represents loyalty, green represents trust, white represents purity. So I request the next speaker to come up, please.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
How are you people today? So same, even I'll be talking a little bit in English, little bit in Tamil. Yeah, Tamil la pesi romba naal aachu. Personal feeling, okay? But everaina Telugu unnara ikkada? Oh, awesome. Awesome. Cool. Anyway, no language divide, you know. I just love talking in different languages. You know, it's just an interest of mine. But keeping all this aside, let's get on to SQL and business analysis. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, everyone, are you people konjam food coma la irkingla? Already Divya was asking, how are you people feeling now? But okay, I have this question constantly. I get it so much on LinkedIn, WhatsApp la kuda. People find my number also and they ask me, what is business analysis, Abhi? Or what is a business, like who is a business analyst? Or a data analyst, what do they do? So I just want to know what is the different branches that are sitting here. How many of you are CS over here? Okay. Full on coding, fine. AI and data science, okay, good number. What about the other branches? Civil, chemical, or mechanical? Okay, awesome, fine. Alright, so the agenda for today is going to be what does a business analyst do? Okay, we will just solve a very small thing. Okay, romba very simple one. It's just going to be, you people will ask me, enna ma'am ipdi pesringa, or what is this? It's a SQL murder mystery. Then we will solve more like look at a real life, real world problem statement. All of you might be wondering what exactly do they want in industry, right? You people will have questions in your mind. From Kaggle or from GitHub, you will be looking at a lot of data, but adella clean, right? So we will look at how does a real life problem statement look like, and then I will just show you some resources and data challenges that you can check out. And then we have a Q&A session where you people can ask me anything that you want, full on, okay? Okay, what does a business analyst do? Anyone, any idea? Kayituki yaar venal edu venal solvam. Anyone? Like just, okay, this might be, guess in the dark also, like, just give it a shot. Okay, you know how your faces are like? Okay. When people come to me asking what does a business analyst do, or when I tell them who is a business analyst, this is the reaction I get. But what exactly does a business analyst do? What we do is we help organizations and companies, anybody out there, make data-driven decisions. Say, textbook no, let's get deeper into it. What we do is we try to look at problems, look at solutions for those problems, identify opportunities. Me specifically, I'm part of the business finance team. So whenever you take the e-commerce industry, you might all be looking at yaar phone lela Meesho, Amazon, Flipkart app la irukku. How many of you have those apps? You're scrolling on it daily, right? You know all you people are a part of our daily active user count. Do you know that? We monitor it on a daily basis. If it drops, I need to tell my boss why it's dropping. So that is what I do. So ultimately, whatever, you know, on the technical side or on the whatever role that you're in a company, you know, the company should be profiting from you. You should be adding value to the company. So by the end of my talk, I want you people to understand, okay, how should my thought process be, you know, when I'm looking at a problem statement? And this is mainly for people, I know this is a little bit, it can come off in a different way. Anna, this is also for people who want to be at the intersection of technology and business. Okay? You're saying that, okay, fine, now when the coding orala panirve, but I am able to put my ideas out there. I am able to talk to the stakeholders because you'll be talking to multiple people. In one day, when you enter your corporate world, if that is what your aim is, ultimately, okay, UG, all of you are doing your undergraduate, right? Next, what is your idea? Like Rajlakshmi ma'am said, higher studies. How many of you want to do higher studies here? Okay, that's a good enough, you know, number. All right. So, how many of you want to go for work immediately? Just, you know, I want to work first and then I'll get some experience and then I will go into higher studies agreement. Okay, fine. Ultimately, you will be dealing with stakeholders, so that is what a business analyst does. It's convincing people and it's telling them that this is where you should be putting your money in. Or this is where the product team or the tech team should be working in. We give the requirement to product managers who ultimately communicate that to the software engineers, and we tell them that, look, if you are running this particular experiment, just for example, if a Meesho app, there is a new feature that we bring into the app. We are changing the notification bar, okay, from top to bottom or something like that. This is a requirement a business analyst gives to the product team. The product manager sits with the developers, the designers, and the business orgs, and then it is implemented. So that is what we do. Sorry, just a minute. Yeah. So every business analyst, data analyst, even if you want to get into data science, how many of you want to get into data science? Data science, and you people will be thinking, okay, fine, these are all topics. But yara and sorry, if you are a data analyst, data engineer, or whatever, you know, those fancy titles are, SQL is going to be your bread and butter. I know if you're completely into coding, you might or might not require. Anna, people, even data engineers who are making data pipelines need to know SQL because that is very, very important. So people who have this doubt that yenge start pandrathu SQL, just Avi, tell me where should I start? On a daily basis, as a business analyst, these are the functions that I use. So if you see on the top, these are very regular, ellarku theriyuma select star from. How many of you are like, I don't even know select star from, or this is alien to me, please don't talk. Everyone knows select star from table, right? That's like a basic thing, right? So this is something that you will use on a regular basis. Next, these are intermediate functions that you will use, a little bit more advanced. And then you have contour table expressions, common table expressions, subqueries, window functions, pivots, all of that. Ipo na class don't get alarmed. Okay. All of this you can find a lot of video lectures out there. You will find it in your textbook. So you don't have to go around many resources out there. There is one more slide where I will be covering that. Okay. Till now, I've been talking about what a business analyst does. So next, let's just get into a small activity. More like just a mind exercise, Madhuri. Okay. So this SQL murder mystery was actually, I came across this on LinkedIn from this person called Nick Singh. He's like a person who regularly posts a lot of things to read about on SQL and data as such. This is actually developed by the Northwestern University's NICE lab. They are a bunch of, Angavanta, you have this bunch of technologists, journalists sitting there and coming up with these fun exercises to give to you college students so that you can understand and experiment with projects. Of course, there is Kaggle, GitHub, ella irukku. But this is going to, I will make a connection when we do this to the real world problem statement that you will get in industry when you work as a business analyst. So let's just get into this. Okay, I'll give you a minute to just read what is on the slide. And then I will read it out and then we can proceed. Alright, so you can see that a crime has taken place and the detective, let's just assume that detective is your boss over here, okay? Gave you this crime scene report, but you ended up losing it. Like all regular employees, we have so many things to do and we are juggling so many things. Something or the other gets missed, alright? So now, you remember that this crime was a murder that was committed sometime on Jan 15, 2018 and that it took place in SQL City. Now I know ellaroda mind voice and kekkudu enna idu ivlo chinna pillaingal kodukra madiri avlo simple ah enakku vandu kaatringa. Okay, but please be patient with me because I'll let you know why I've taken this particular example. Alright. What the starting clue that they've given over here is that this crime scene report that you see here, right, is in the police department's database. Everyone understands the concept of a database, right? All of you. So, in this police department's database, there are multiple tables. Now, let's look at that. Is everyone able to read this, or at least table peraj terida? At least? Okay. Now, over here, we will first take the crime scene report and look at what is the report that was written on Jan 15, 2018 when this murder was committed. Okay. is SQL City, the type that was committed is murder. Fine? Are people able to read this? Can you, or is it too small for you to read? Terida Teriyaleya, please, someone respond. Teriyaleya? Okay, let me read it out for you, okay? This says that the security footage shows that there were two witnesses. Okay, the first witness lives in the last house. Sorry. Yeah. So this says that the first witness lives at the last house on Northwestern Drive, and the second witness named Annabelle lives somewhere on Franklin Avenue. Okay? Crime scene report, you found two witnesses. Now, can someone tell me, ஒரு crime நடந்திருக்கு, ரெண்டு witness you have found. What do you do with the witness next? Anyone? Sorry? Interrogation, right? Yes, exactly. So now, you will go get there. First we need to identify the person, right? Later we will take their interview. These are the two steps that we will do. Now we look at these tables. In the table, if we go back, they've mentioned that there are two people and they've given you clues to start off with, right? They've given their addresses. This is available in the person table, okay? Now we take this person table and we get their names. Okay, I think the AC got switched off. Don't worry, this is not going to take a lot of time, okay? Right. So now from here you see select star from person table where the address street name is Franklin Avenue. First witness and the name is like Annabelle. How many of you know how to use this percentage operator? Anyone knows what it does? It's a similarity operator. Like you can find any number of characters before and after Annabelle. Because over here we don't know which Annabelle it is. People have surnames in foreign countries. There's Annabelle something, Smith or Taylor or whatever. So we found the first witness. Now moving on to the second one. Now the second witness, they had mentioned that this person lives on Northwestern Drive in the very last house. So what you do is you again do select star from the table and then you look at the Northwestern Drive address and then you order by the address number. Alright? Okay, now coming to the thing that I think one of the students have mentioned. Interview. So interview table now you select for these two people based on their person ID, what is that they have mentioned? Okay. Okay, again, how many of you cannot read this? I don't think any one of you can read this. Like, can you little bit at least? Nothing. Alright, I'll read it out for you. One of the witness has said that I heard a gunshot and saw a man running out. And he had a Get Fit Now gym bag and the membership number on the bag started with 48Z. Only gold members have those bags. The man got into the car with a plate number that included H42W. This is what the first witness said. The second witness said that I recognized the killer from my gym and they also saw the murder happening. When I was working out last week on January 9th, murder happened on 15th. They had seen the person working out in the gym on January 9th. So, everyone's clear, right? Now moving on. Now we know what are the clues that we need to look for. Okay, we have the table schema with us. Now your job is to identify which tables to choose. I've made your job very easy. Okay, ரொம்ப ஈஸியா நானே உங்களுக்காக circle highlight எல்லாம் பண்ணி வச்சிட்டேன். Here if you see, first they had mentioned the car plate number. So the table we need is the driver's license table, because that has the car plate number. Then we need the person's table to identify the name of the person. Then we need the get fit now member table to get what is their membership status, gold or what, to identify whether it's silver or gold. Then we have the get fit now check-in to see if that person actually came to the gym on 9th of January. Okay? This is the query. Over here I have used like 3 left joins to arrive at the answer. You can do it step by step also. You can do 1 left join, you can do select star, explore the table, and then arrive at this. Finally, what can you at least read this name? In the name was Terida. Yes. So this is an example of exploratory data analysis. A very basic exploratory data analysis that I've done here. You don't require a lot of, it's just about your thinking. How do I connect point A to point B to point C? That's all. That's all you need to think about. Right, so we arrived at the answer, which is Jeremy Bowers. Okay, so in that website, when you actually do this problem statement, when you insert the value Jeremy Bowers into that, when you work on that website, when you do this, it says, hey, congrats, you found the murderer, but wait, there is more. If you think you're up for a challenge, try querying the interview transcript of the murderer to find the real villain behind this crime. If you feel especially confident in your SQL skills, try to complete this final step with no more than 2 queries. Now, we found the murderer, right? You all think you found the murderer. Let's look at their interview. So it's a very basic statement. I have just taken select star from interview where the person ID equal to that particular person ID. Okay. He says that I was hired by a woman with a lot of money. I don't know her name, but I know she's around 5 feet 5 inches or 5 feet 7 inches. She has red hair and she drives a Tesla Model S. I know she attended the SQL Symphony concert 3 times in December 2017. Okay? Now, I'm not going to solve this for you. You people can go to this source here, mystery.nightlab.com, and solve it for yourselves. Go there, try it out, and look who is the real murderer over here. Okay? Yeah, so that was a very, very small exercise, alright? Now, any questions here in the previous exploratory data analysis that we did? Anyone? Anything with the query or syntax or whatever? Nothing. Okay. Now, people are like, okay, what is this? How is she trying to connect this to the real world problem statement? Fine, I'll come to that, okay? Let's go one by one. So, you know how usually real world problem statements look like? It's like this. Okay? Your manager will come, throw a problem at you. Chumma abde moonchil tukki pottu poiruvanga. They'll be like, hey, this is dropping. Every single day is a firefighting out there in my company. Something is dropping, some metric is going up, something is going down, startups are sometimes, it can be very, very interesting and very, very, how do I put it? You're constantly trying to find out what is wrong, how can I fix it, how can I correct it. That is how they usually are. And this is my condition on a daily basis, because they've just given it to you. Now, can people read the table names again? Table name Terida, Terilea. Okay, what do I do? I'll read it out for you people. Similar to the previous schema that you saw, this is how a typical e-commerce business table schema, the schema looks like. We have an employee table, we have an orders table, we have an order details table. Then there's a products table which has the product IDs. Then there's a category table that has the catalog ID. Especially when we look at big e-commerce firms like Amazon, Flipkart or Meesho or anything, Alibaba or any Taobao, எந்த ஒரு countryல எந்த ஒரு e-commerce platform நீங்க எடுத்துக்கிட்டாலும், this is usually how it's going to look like. You'll be analyzing orders, order IDs, and you'll be looking at these sort of tables only on a usual basis. Now, this is an example of a query to get the retention rate of customers month on month. Now, before I get into this, all of you might be thinking, the problem, query, query. So let's take a pause here, okay. On a daily basis, what I personally do is, whenever any sort of trends are given to you, first what you need to do is make sure you know the problem statement well. Because like Shanmati ma'am had mentioned, right? Ask yourself or whoever is giving you a problem statement, why? 5 times, 6 times, till you understand it. Don't ever take up a problem statement without understanding what does your boss or your manager or your stakeholder, whoever it is, client, need from you. Be very clear. Other clarity illama never ever proceed forward. Because people hate iterations. Iterations, now I'll give you one example. Very real life example. We had to prepare an investor deck for our funding for Meesho. I was involved in it. I'm working late at night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, because it has to go out to the investors the next day. I made a very bad mistake. I pulled the wrong data out. My manager had told me, Abhinami, get this data. And I thought, okay, fine, manager idha sollirkaru, and this is what I need to pull out. I thought, okay, fine, my understanding is great, awesome. I pulled that data out. It's already 3. It has to go to the investors at 10 o'clock the next day morning for a board meeting. You know what? The data is wrong. I ended up staying the entire night trying to fix that wrong data. Paadi thoda. Already enakku thookam pochu because I'm already working at 3 o'clock. But now I made a mistake and I need to correct it. So always one important thing to note is whatever work you do, whether you're a developer or whether you're a data scientist, you're a data engineer, you're making pipelines, be very, very clear. Have clarity on whatever you do. Alright? Okay, so with that being said, inga yaarachu, like maybe you worked on a portfolio project or something. Does anyone know what is the meaning of retention here? Like, anyone? It's okay, guess kuda pannalam, there's nothing wrong. I think one of our speakers had mentioned about it's okay to fail. Divya, right? Just give an answer, it's okay. What do you understand by retention? Anyone? Yeah. Yeah, you. Sorry? Can't hear you. Can you scream?
He's telling us collecting. Collecting.
Collecting.
Yeah.
Okay, somewhat, yeah, close to it. But when you mean by retention, what do you mean by retention? Is that out of the people, you could say it is in some way close to collecting. You know why? Because how many users are you retaining month on month? Or business அப்படின்னு run பண்ற போது you are acquiring some users here. Okay, let's say first month you acquired 100 users. You'll be very happy. Oh my god, 100 users நான் acquire பண்ணிட்டேனா. Summer po business பிச்சிட்டு ஓட போகுது. Okay. But if the users start reducing day by day, what will happen to your business? Will you have loyal customers? No, you won't. So monitoring your retention rate is very, very, very important. These are some of the metrics that you will come across in the industry. So, again, I know you people can't see, okay, if people sitting in the last bench can come forward, it will be real, like last rows can come forward, it will be really great if you can look at this query. But this is using one of the advanced concepts, okay, which is the common table expression. So here, what we need to understand, I know it might sound a little off because I'm not completely going into coding or this, but my intention was to give you an idea of what a real business looks like, எந்த மாதிரி metrics-லாம் we track on a regular basis, so that when you attend an interview, you are able to talk about these things. At least if the interviewer knows that you have some knowledge of these things along with your technical skills, you have much more higher chances of being hired. Along with like how Abhinaya ma'am mentioned, having a portfolio, if you have other, you know, like that mindset of exploring other things, you have much more possibility of landing the job, the offer. So here, what we are trying to do is look at the customer's retention month on month. Here we have the first common table expression. From here, if we go back to the previous schema, there is an orders table, right? Very simple. Orders table na irukku. Ignore all the other tables. Forget about everything else. You have orders, you have an order ID, you have a customer ID there, and you have an order date. That is all we need. Okay? Now, using that, we take the customer ID, we take the order ID, and we do a date trunc function over here to arrive at the order date. Okay? Till now, people who might not know this, please, it's an exposure to you, or people who already know this, enna idella romba chappa jujubi, or like, you know, if people are feeling idella romba easy ah irukku. This is just an example I'm giving you. There are much more complex logics out there that we use on a daily basis. So here, first table, the common table expression, gives you the customer ID and the order ID and then order date. Now, how many, like, நீங்க எல்லாருமே Amazon, Flipkart app-ல வந்து order place பண்ணிருக்கீங்கல்ல? All of you have placed an order. Your first order, when you place, it's considered very uniquely. நீங்க place பண்ற first order-ல இருந்து தான் people start tracking how your next orders are. They know it, okay? Because, yeah, the data is there, available. So the next one, what I'm trying to do is look at what is the first order date of the customer. Now I know their order date for all the orders that they have placed. Then I need to find out their first order date. What I do here is I use a minimum function to find out their minimum order date. Then it's a very simple left join that I'm doing here, where I'm joining the first common table expression and the second common table expression on the common key over here is the user ID. So I'm joining it on that field to get the retention chart based on the first order month and the order month. I know this is all like probably very, it might sound a little complex to you, but just bear with me. We will get to the next slide. Okay, when you run that query, okay, this is the data that you will end up with. Is this visible? Somewhat, little bit at least. You don't have to read that red part over there. I'll explain it. But at least are the numbers visible to you, all of you? Okay? I can't vouch for the back rows, please come forward if possible, but that is all the Zoom that is there, okay, over here. Right. So, what you get is the conversion month or the first order month that you placed your order for and the subsequent months. From here we can see that, let's say, there were 80 odd customers that you acquired in January 13. And in the same month, you were able to retain 78 of them. Your percentage over here will be 97% for the first month cohort. Cohort nu solvanga. So for your first month cohort, this is what you have. I'll tell you one thing. These retention problems, there's something called a churn problem. There are data science models that predict what is going to be your retention rate, what is going to be your churn rate. So it just doesn't stop with this. Me as a business analyst, now a retrospective way la paakren. Okay. Something like I'm telling the business, okay, this is how we have performed, but there are data scientists out there, which neengellam padikira AI and data science courses for, who will predict those things. That, okay, this is what your retention will be, some 7 months, 8 months down the line. Churn. Okay, anyone knows the meaning of churn? Churn, eppiyach kelvipattrukkingala? Churning milk to get butter. And the churning, okay. So churn. Churn means, in business terms, it is how many customers are you losing when you are running the business. Month on month, day on day, customers come onto the app. Ipa neengale evlo app download panni ashtu open pannama irkeenga. Illa. Irkumla, in your phone, you'll have downloaded some apps, okay, thinking I'll buy from this app, this app, this app. But you would have not even opened that app. All of you are churned customers for them. They are trying to get you back onto the app. So that is churn. Now coming back to retention over here, we have this ladder chart. This is called the ladder chart, by the way. Just an FYI. And what we can see over here is numbers konja visible illenadu. I'll explain it to you. What we can see is, based on these numbers, I will have the month on month users who I have acquired, new users. Okay, if 100 people came and placed their first order on the given month, that is this number 80. Month on month, I have how many people have continued placing their order out of those 80 people. 80 is the base part. Out of that, how many people have continued to place an order? And what is this interesting thing that you see? Whatever you do, 100% when the start agradhu, it keeps reducing. 97, 93, 88, 87, 86, 82, it always drops. How many of you know the Duolingo app? How many of you have it and use it on a regular basis? Right? Awesome app, no? Samya irukkum. You love it. Right? Duolingo has this amazing retention model that they are using to bring their customers back onto the app. Basis this retention concept only. They have a complex thing going on. There is a newsletter on this which I'll post on my LinkedIn and you people can have a look at it. It's written by this person called Lenny and it's an amazing read. You people should totally read it. So this, what we can see is Naal poga poga, customers are dropping on you. So this is the input that I give to the business team. And I tell them, hey look, your business is reducing this way, you need to do something about it. Then they start doing experiments, A/B testing, they start working on other things that they can do to bring back these customers. There are things that they do to onboard you back. And you know, this is not something new that I'm telling. This is out there on the internet. There are millions of articles out there on how to do growth. Growth hacker, yarach keli pattidilla. Growth hacking. Have you people heard of that term? Okay. Marketing and growth hacking sort of go hand in hand. So this is what people are trying to do on a daily basis, you know, trying to get back customers. And what you see here is that after 3 months, okay, you've acquired customers month on month, third month, the average customers that you retain is just 88%. That's it. So you get the problem here, right? This is what I deal with on a daily basis. Now let's move on. Romba time spent paniyachu in the slide la. Right. I'm almost at the end of my slide. Next we have like a full-on Q&A session. You can ask me anything you want. But what I want to tell you people is that there are like so many resources out there. Like Divya had mentioned, LinkedIn is the place for you to find out people who share similar interests with you. You might feel a little bit hesitant at first, but get out there and network and try to find out life will throw opportunities at you. So personally what I have been doing for some time over the course of my 3.5 years experience is follow people on LinkedIn. So these are the people that I usually follow. Nariya per irukanga, I know, but I'm not telling you these are the only people. There are people creating content out there in today's world that suits everybody's needs. You can follow anyone that you feel like you understand or you connect with. So there is Nick Singh. Can people read this? Somewhat visible. I'll just keep this open for some time. You can take a screen, like photo also if you want. There's Nick Singh, there's Anusha Nepali, there's Jess Ramos, Kyle Malone, John Pollard, Jocelyn Rivera. All of these people have amazing data projects out there. They post so much on SQL, so much on data science projects, everything. And there is online resources that you can do from Maven Analytics, Data Camp, Geeks for Geeks. I think Abhinay ma'am and Divya, they already pointed out these things that you can always do. There is Data Lemur, which is specifically for SQL. You will get all kinds of questions from Facebook interview, Google interview. You will find real life questions over there. And then Romba underrated one thing is Medium articles. There is this page called Towards Data Science. How many of you know that? Like, have you heard of it, Towards Data Science? Okay, few people, please do check that out. It has a wealth of knowledge in that. People, like Abhinay mentioned, the people have taken the time out to write those articles so that people like you and I can benefit from it. Then there is our very own Google Business Intelligence Professional Certificate. It's an awesome one. This person called Jess Ramos had taken it and she had written a review on it. Usually, when you take a data set from Kaggle or some other place, it's very clean. உங்களுக்கு ஒரு null values இருக்காது, இல்ல உங்களுக்கு வந்து you won't find very random data points. Something that is out of ordinary. You will feel like, if you look at a real life data set, you will feel like plucking your hair. I don't think you've dealt with that. This professional certification course takes care of that. And of course, there is an option to always do a master's in business analytics if that is what you want. Higher studies is definitely an option, and people can vouch for it that it definitely helps. Then coming to building your profile, I think Abhinay ma'am already emphasized so much on it. Okay, இப்போ உங்களுக்கு ப்ரொஃபைல்னு சொல்றோம், எப்படி பில்ட் பண்றது அப்படிங்கிறது ஒரு சின்ன just example I'm giving. There's something called Pomerol Partners. They have this data DNA challenge. They keep posting this every single month. There is an FP20 Analytics data challenge. There is a very own data challenge by Maven Analytics. Of course, konjo dashboardization adella vandu varum, but it's okay as long as you're able to analyze that data. It's not just about pulling the data, and the data then you have to give insights to the business. That is when you're adding value to a company. Unless you're not doing that, it doesn't really make any sense. At an entry level, I will tell you, organizations are fine with taking students like you, training you in that, and letting you get into the business so that you can experience. And the experience varapo, you will be able to do a lot more analysis and add value to the company. But it's always better to get a head start learn. When you get into a company and when you have to be there for some time and get all this, it's okay to have a slight advantage over others when you know about these things, when you're able to prove it to people. Now I think Rajlakshmi ma'am or someone mentioned, one of our speakers, it's not enough to have a paper resume. I think she had mentioned everything. You have to show people, you have to tell them that this is what it is. Na idu pannirken. So having this portfolio out there really gives you an edge over others. I've seen people have come and asked me, Abhi, I'm in my 4th year. I have not done anything. How do I land an internship? How do I land a job? At that time, I'm not even able to tell them what to do. I'm not trying to create a FOMO here. But the important thing here, I think like Divya had also mentioned, is that you need to be aware. It's not a very kind world out there. It is very competitive. You need to be proving yourself out there. Like Abhinay ma'am said, at the same time you have to take care of yourself. Na solla vendiya points ella ivanga cover pannitaga, okay va, there's nothing more I can really tell you about. You people are grown-ups already, adolescents, grown-ups, anything, whatever you want to refer to yourself. You people know yourself better. Naangala vandu edume sollanum avashyam illa, you people already know that. Main thing, in quotes, always be aware. Awareness is very, very important. Later realizations vandu, later pandrathu, it's okay. Better late than never. But being aware always gives you a head start. Then you have, of course, Kaggle. There's something called Data in Motion. Then there's Danny Ma's 8-week SQL challenge. So these are the resources, these are the data challenges. Of course, if you are in AI and data science, you can always, I think you're already being taught machine learning concepts, which is like a great thing. When I was learning, I didn't really have that opportunity. Recently only they started introducing those curriculums in UG itself. So amazing head start you people have. Make the best use of it, and I think we have come to the end. Okay? Yeah, so thank you. Thank you so much, Madhu and the rest of the organizers over here. Thank you so much to Jansons Institute of Technology for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be able to come here and talk. It's been a great, great experience. And hats off to the organizers there. A round of applause for them. With them. Personally, I know how hectic it is. Okay, we'll have a small Q&A session. Is that alright? So you people can ask me anything you want. We have how much? 5 minutes? Yeah, 5 minutes. Anything. Already tired, la காலையிலேருந்து உட்காந்துருக்கீங்க ஒரு இடத்துல.
Hi ma'am, this is Dhanush.
Yeah, hi.
Ma'am, at the start of the presentation, you are saying that you pulled out wrong data, right? So, can you please tell us how you rectified it in a short amount of time?
The error that I had committed.
You said that you have pulled out the wrong data, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So the error over there was not understanding the problem statement. They had wanted something, I was pulling out something else and giving it to my manager. So what I did was I had to call my manager up, talk to them multiple times, asking, இதுதான் நீங்க கேட்ட டேட்டாவா இல்ல இதுதான் நீங்க கேட்ட டேட்டாவா. I got them onto the call. Sometimes you have to be very proactive when you are working. Because people will think, okay, you understand everything, but you have to be proactive. So I called the manager, got him onto the call. I asked him what his requirement was. Adukapura, I pulled out the right data after having him in the call and trying to understand what has to be given to the investors. Okay, so we can wrap it up if no one has any questions. It's all right. You can always reach out to me on LinkedIn if you have any doubts or anything related to business analysis or what does a business analyst do again or what a data analyst does or how can you, any sort of advice or any sort of mentoring that you need, you can always reach out to me. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a detailed presentation. I would like to call upon WTM Ambassador and Organizer of this event, Madhumita Shri, to present a memento for a speaker, Abhirami Muthuman. I request ma'am to accept a token of love. Okay guys, does someone know who is the founder of Google? Another one? Only one? One more is there. Who is he? You can stand and say, who is he? He's Sergey Brin. Okay, I know this question you'll be knowing. Who is the CEO of Google? Okay. Okay, which country is known for home of pizza? Hope everyone knows. Okay, let's start the session. Now it's time to call upon Anisha Shabnam. She is a HALT Hack Hackathon winner on the topic of restructured power system using blockchain. Also the campus ambassador in ESL IIT Kanpur. She has vast knowledge in the field of full stack developer, front-end developer, UI UX designer, OS development, cybersecurity and blockchain. She is an optimistic learner who is ready to create adventurous and new experience. She always tries to give them a peace of mind and to get much knowledge from anyone as possible. She is a blockchain enthusiast and she has a great passion for ethical hacking and Web3 space. Now, I will hand it over the session to a courageous woman on the topic of the bridge between the academics and the industry. Over to you, ma'am. Okay, who all like burgers? Who all felt that instead of pizza,
are really awesome, really. Okay, then who all came to bunk the class? Say the truth. Who all didn't register? Okay, let's hand over the session to her. Bye guys.
Hello everyone. எல்லாம் டயர்டாக இருக்கீங்களா? நானும் டயர்டாக தான் இருக்கேன். கவனிச்சே டயர்ட் ஆகிடுச்சு. ஓகே, எல்லாருக்கும் ஓடி ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணுறாங்களா? ஓடி இருக்கு. எஸ், சூப்பர். நானும் ஓடி இருக்கு. Yeah, I'm actually Anisha Shabnam from Savita Engineering College, Chennai. So, greetings from Chennai first of all. And I'm doing my BE in Computer Science and Engineering, and I'm currently in my fourth semester. That is second year. I know, right? So, suffice to say that I'm the youngest speaker, or perhaps the least experienced speaker for the day. But you may not judge a book by its cover already. Or you may judge a book by its cover, and you can go back when you have a change of heart. You can change what you think about that person, because that's how perceptions work. People usually tell you first impressions are the best impressions, right? But what I think is first impressions are nothing but just first impressions. And actually best impressions equate to the mean of all the impressions you have of that person. என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, பெஸ்ட் இம்ப்ரெஷன்னா அந்த பர்சன் பற்றி உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற எல்லா இன்ஸ்டன்ஸில் வந்த எல்லா இம்ப்ரெஷன்ஸுமே சேர்ந்து அதோடைய மீன் will be the best impression. So if somebody is going to tell you first impressions are the best impressions, just tell them no, that it's not. So yes, it's already, time schedule தாண்டி போயிட்டு இருக்கு. So I'll just manage to finish this quickly. Well, that is me. Well, I can't play a guitar, but that's just me. Yes. Yeah, so my topic is the bridge between academics and the industry from a student's point of view. Okay. Yes. So let us think deeply. What is okay. Easy poiducha? Fine. I'll continue anyway. So what is actually the gap between what we're studying or learning in colleges and universities and what is expected out of us in the industries? I'm actually from a biology background, just like Divya, so I can totally relate to whatever she was talking. எனக்கு வந்து இந்த programming start பண்ணும்போது I was just thinking how writing a Fibonacci sequence program using recursion is going to help me in my life. How is learning to print hello world going to help me in my life? Is this really going to work? When I started learning coding, ChatGPT, but everything is open source. And I'm Google. Why should I start learning this? I know everybody. Thanks for the lights. I know everybody, எல்லாருக்குமே இந்த டவுட் இருந்திருக்கும். எதுக்கு இதை படிக்கணும்? எது இதை படிச்சு என்ன பண்ண போறோம்? லைஃப்ல இது எப்போ நம்மளுக்கு யூஸ் ஆக போகுது அப்படின்ற டவுட்ஸ் அங்க ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகுது. The bridge starts right over there. We are ACs illa. Oh fine. Okay. Most of the times we are not aware of why we are doing something. Why we are learning this, why we are studying this, and there is a great difference between studying and learning, and I'll come back to that later, but நம்ம இது எதுக்கு படிக்கிறோம், இது நம்மளுக்கு எதுக்கு யூஸ் ஆக போகுது அப்படின்ற அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டைம்ஸ் நம்மளுக்குள்ள இல்லை. And then there are three entities when we are discussing the gap between students and the industry. First thing would be students themselves. Most of the times நம்ம ஒரு கோர்ஸ் எடுத்து படிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா அது நம்ம வந்து family advice, relatives advice, just like morning, I think Raji ma'am was mentioning that, or peer pressure, or என்ன பண்றதுன்னு தெரியாம கைக்கு கிடைச்ச முதல் விஷயத்தை எடுத்து கேட்ச் பண்ணிட்டு we go with the flow. மச்சான் ஃப்ளோல போலாண்டா அப்படின்னு சொல்றதுக்கு உங்க எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட் இருப்பான். ஸோ அவனால் நம்ம எங்கெங்கேயோ லேண்ட் ஆகிப்போம். அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கிளியர் கட் தாட் இல்லாமல் அன்கிளியராகவே மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டைம்ஸ் நம்ம ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணியிருப்போம் லைஃப்பில். நம்மளுக்கு பெருசாக கைட் பண்ணுறதுக்கோ இல்லை நம்ம ஆசைப்படுற கோர்ஸ் கிடைக்காம போகலாம். There is a lot of factors. I don't want to go into the details. And then there is another entity, that is the industry. இண்டஸ்ட்ரிக்கு இப்போ just because நம்மளுக்கு நம்ம ஆசைப்படுற ஜாப்ஸ் கிடைக்கல அப்படின்றனால இந்த ஜாப்ஸ் எல்லாம் டிமாண்டில் இருக்குன்னு அர்த்தம் கிடையாது. அங்கேயும் ஜாப் வேக்கண்டாக தான் இருக்கு. இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இஸ் இன் லேக் ஆஃப் efficient workforce and அதனால they are incurring a lot of operational costs. So நமக்கும் ஒரு side loss, அவங்களுக்கும் ஒரு side loss. And then another thing is industry has expects a lot from the students. Collegeல இருந்து ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக வெளியே வர ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட industries have a lot of expectations. But on the same time, industries also have the assumption that students don't know anything. That students ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக வெளியே வராங்க, they don't know anything அப்படின்ற அசம்ஷனும் இருக்கும், எக்ஸ்பெக்டேஷன்ஸும் இருக்கும். Two things. And then there is this bridge, education providers. Education providers on a point of view இருந்து they think they are providing everything that's required for you to sell yourself out into the industry. அவனுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டிய எல்லாத்தையும் நான் கொடுத்துட்றேன் அப்படின்ற ஒரு மைண்ட் செட் இருக்கு, which is actually true to an extent. These education providers, universities, institutions, they get you your entry tickets into the industry. Unga college la placement drives alla irukku, right? Yes? Yes. Okay, fine. We back in our college we have huge placement drives going on. Third year la irundhe we start doing that. So they kind of make sure we get our entry into the industry. We know about these recent layoffs, right? Google laying off 12,000 people, round 2 layoff patti indications kodukaradu. Everybody is aware of the layoffs and the main reason is recession nu solranga. Even though 12,000, 16,000, all of them are big numbers, already on the organization la work பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க நம்பரோட கம்பேர் பண்ணா it's going to be just like a 0.5%, 1, 2 mostly, that's it. So அவங்களுடைய பொசிஷனை கேப்சர் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்களோட பொசிஷன்லேயே இருக்கும்போது at the same time 10,000 பேர் அவங்களுடைய ஜாப்ஸை லூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. What do you think is the difference? Do you think recession is the only reason you're getting laid off? Industries எத்தனை பேரை லே ஆஃப் பண்ணாலும் எத்தனை பேருக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு இல்லைனாலும் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமும் எல்லா காலேஜுக்கும் போய் TCS 300, 400 recruit பண்ணிட்டே தான் இருக்காங்க. Why do you think so? Industries are craving for new talents, fresher, newer talents, fresher, newer minds, ideas, innovation and creativity. And that's why industries are in continuous search for all these stuffs. And on the criteria la meet பண்ணாதப்போ they have to just cut you down. But recession முடியும் போது கண்டிப்பா இப்போ லே ஆஃப் பண்ண எல்லாருக்குமே நிறைய வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு, அதையும் நான் சொல்றேன். ஸோ சரி, என்னமோ நிறைய ஃபேக்ட்ஸ் வந்துட்டு ஸ்டேட் பண்ணியாச்சு, ஆனால் பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு வரலாம். Let's come to the point. Okay. Where does this all start? Where is this all starting? Yes, it was not when you were studying in college. It was not when you were a teenager. It was when you were like this. Since it's Women's Day, I used a girl representation, so I'm sorry for all the boys over here. It was just a gesture. Anyway, it was when you were like this. It all started when you were like this. Finding your own individuality. Recent enga college la ஒரு சின்ன initiative, we have changed our dress codes. Starting la we had rigorous dress codes, that is shawl pin பண்ணிருக்கணும், no sneakers, no nothing, no tight pants, no t-shirts, nothing. But now it's totally being relaxed. You can wear anything you want unless it's not shorter than this. And the reason why they have made this initiative is they want all the students to exhibit their individuality. And I think misuse this is absolutely an amazing initiative from my college, because just think about it. Or college I'm taking a lot of time, but anyway, or college at a minimum 4,000 people படிக்கிறாங்க. But ஒருத்தராலையுமே ஒருத்தர் மேலேயும் என்ன சொல்றது ஒரு டிஸ்டிங்க்டான ஒரு கேர், எல்லார் மேலேயுமே இண்டிவிஜுவல் கேர் அங்கே இருக்கிற ஒரு ஸ்டாஃப்ஸாலேயோ மென்டர்ஸாலேயும் கொடுக்க முடியாது. But and then it's your job. Some people actually bring out their talents, exhibit பண்ணுவாங்க, they go up. But the most part of the crowd is going to stay right wherever they are, because most of the times they are just, என்ன பண்றதுன்னு தெரியாம ஒரு கிளியரான விஷன் இல்லாமையே அவங்க டைம் போயிடுது. And when they have the idea என்ன பண்ணலாம் தோணும் போது it feels like it's already too late. So I would say, to bridge this gap, both may sound diversely different, right? அதுக்கும் இதுக்கும் major difference இருக்க மாதிரி தெரியும். But to bridge this gap between not education and industry, to bridge this gap between what you are doing right now and what you want to do. I wouldn't say this topic and I reframe பண்றேன். This wasn't my plan. Reframe பண்றேன். It's not the gap between academics and industry that we're talking about. It's the gap between what you are right now, what you are doing right now, and what you want to do in the future, and what you want to be. That gap. And the gap bridge பண்றதுக்கு, you're going to need to find yourself. You're going to need to understand the person who you are. உங்களோட individuality நீங்க find பண்ணிட்டு easy, then it's going to be totally easy that you can actually fill this gap, bridge this gap. Yes. How do we bridge this gap? I have 3 points. Oops, I don't have 3 points. Because it depends on who you are and what you want to do with life. எல்லார்கிட்டயும் ஒரு paper pen இருக்கா? I don't think so. No? No? Okay, fine. Yeah, I actually knew it already. So, if you guys don't have, everybody has a cell phone, right? So, unga phone la irukka notepad edutittu just write 3 points. How you bridge this gap between what you are right now and what you want to do with life, what you want to be. Are we all ready for this activity? Yes? 2 minutes to think and 1 minute to write them down. I would like to call anybody in the crowd and just tell me avangaloda points என்னவா இருக்கும்னு. So 3 minutes. Please take your time. I'll be pointing out anybody I like. Nice. Take a deep breath, everyone. Take a deep breath. I can hear the deep breaths. And take. I may point out anybody, guys. Appo neenga sollalana, I'll be very furious. I'll break the stage. Everybody done? No? Are we still in silence? Okay. யாரெல்லாம் பண்ணிட்டீங்க? Raise up hands, please. Nobody. 1 point. யாரெல்லாம் 1 point எழுதிருக்கீங்க? I took my time இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு activity யோசிக்கிறதுக்காக. Wow, I can see someone. Can you just tell me what your point is? Yellow shirt. Yes, you, the one with glasses. You, right? Yes, yes, yes. Yes?
Current update layer.
Current updates la irukano. That's a really wonderful point. Thank you so much. What's your name?
Arul Kumar.
Arul Kumar. Thank you so much, Arul Kumar. Anybody else? Yes? You? Your name?
Realtor.
Your name?
Rudra.
Rudra, okay.
Realtor.
I don't get
Realtor. Real estate.
Okay, realtor. You want to be a realtor?
Yeah.
You want to learn about it? Nice. This, please take your seat. Thank you so much, Rudra. Anybody else? Anybody else from the girls? Girls? Anybody? Just 1 point. Yes, please. Love it. Progressive learning. Cool. Your name? Shri? Shri Janani. Thank you so much, Shri Janani. Wonderful points. Anybody else, or I move? Oh, move. Okay, I'll move. So this activity, I don't, yeah, pesa yarko interest illa. I was just try panna. Anyway, it didn't. But thank you so much for everybody who did this activity. நீங்க எழுதிருப்பீங்க but maybe சொல்ல வேணாம்னு நினைச்சிருப்பீங்க, but thank you so much for doing this. By doing this activity, what I'm trying to convey to you guys is that you just took a moment, right? நம்ம லைஃப்ல என்ன பண்றோம், என்ன பண்ணணும், நம்ம எதுக்கு ஆசைப்படுறோம், அந்த தாட் ப்ராசஸ் இனிஷியேட் ஆயிருக்கும்ல உங்க மைண்ட்ல. கண்டிப்பா இப்போ ஆச்சான்னு கேட்டா யாரும் கை தூக்க மாட்டீங்க. ஆச்சா? Yes. Like I said, but I definitely know everybody would have, had this thought process on your minds. How to bridge this gap. You would have gotten into a serious discussion. So, if you could take your time out from a day and do this exercise, it's going to help you very much. So, from my idea, from my perspective, it's to bring the individuality out. Everybody's got an individuality. Everybody's got certain strengths, weaknesses. We're gonna have to identify that. Nammale pannikano. Nobody is on their way to come and help us out in this journey. So nammale nammaloda individuality find out pannikitona. This gap will be definitely bridged very soon. Sorry. Okay, let's talk hackathons. Okay, how many of you have been to hackathons before? Yes? Nice, thanks. Okay, hackathons. Hackathon is a really scary word for me, definitely. It's everything about this word, every aspect of this word sounds scary to me. Let's break the word down. Hackathon is a portmanteau of the words hacking and marathon. Hacking plus marathon is equal to hackathon, right? But hacking means, running some commands, getting hold of other people's private informations. அதுதானே நம்ம படத்துலலாம் பார்க்குறோம். ஹேக்கிங்னா இதான். இப்போ படத்துல இல்லை, நிஜத்துலேயுமே ஹேக்கிங்னா அதுதான். பட் hacking, marathon, what is it? But that's not what's being done in hackathons, right? If you were somebody that thought hackathon na hacking plus marathon, okay, hackathon, hacking பண்ணுவோம், marathon அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சிங்கன்னா, I was there with you guys. I was definitely there once in my life. அங்கே நானும் இருந்திருக்கேன். And then exposure adhigamaga, there is this clarity as to what hackathons are. Just when I'm learning, I'm trying to understand what hackathons are. There are mapathons, datathons, ideathons, everything else than marathon. Marathon thavara matta ellame irukku. marathon தவிர எல்லாமே இருக்கும். Ideathon, datathon, mapathon, hackathon, everything else. So I'm still trying to understand what they are. So I'll just share my experience winning an art hack with you guys. So first thing, I saw this message come up in our college group that there is a hackathon that's going to be held in Anna University for 7 days. And I thought 7 days, wonderful, 7 days OD, college ku varavana, super, paka, rendu pera kootittu, actually oruthara kootittu, I went there. And போகும்போதே எனக்கு சரி திரும்ப காலேஜ் போயிடலாமா because this whole thing is going to be absolutely uncomfortable. This place is going to be uncomfortable, the people are going to sound and feel uncomfortable, everything is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not used to this. By the way, this was my first hackathon and only hackathon. So போயிடலாமா திரும்ப அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன். ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணியாச்சு, ஹெச்ஓடிட்ட பேசியாச்சு, கிளம்பலாம். And then the brilliant thing that they did was actually 2500 பேர் வந்துட்டு ஆன்லைன் ஷார்ட் கொடுத்திருந்தாங்க. Only 300 to 400 people could attend the physical event, the offline event, and I was one of them, and my friend and I was one of them. So back to the brilliant thing that they did was 7 days left, 5 days we had industry people, great online sessions, panelists and speakers come over. All of them from the industry itself. And yeah, I forgot to mention that this hackathon was totally based on blockchain and Web3. So yeah, there was absolutely amazing people come over, join us through Zoom and all the other things, and they also provided free lunch. No, not forgetting to mention that. So 5 days, absolutely amazing, from scratch. Blockchain and Web3 right from the scratch. Learned everything. We didn't study anything. We learned everything. We took notes. We networked with people there. We connected with them. We asked them different questions. And we came up, and I individually came up with 20 ideas, and my friend individually came up with 20 ideas. Together 40 ideas, all based on blockchain, within 2 days of the course. 2 days now, just imagine what we could have learned about blockchain, but we came up with 20 ideas, 20 decentralized application ideas on blockchain. Isn't that amazing? Like, I totally think that's amazing. 20 ideas, 20 plus 20, 40 ideas. And then we had to, materialize one of them. Actually not materialize. And the idea was to better frame pandradhukaga. So this was, I wouldn't say this was a hackathon. It was definitely an idea presentation because blockchain is a budding technology. Even though 2008 la Bitcoin vandadla irundhe blockchain irukku, but it's still a remote concept madri or yarum touch avlo easy touch panna matanga. But we were studying the whole thing and we came up with this idea. In the idea actually explain pandradhu agenda la innikku illa. And also on the presentation, in the presentation link panala. But I'll just give you an outline of what we did. What time is it? 4:10. And how long do I have? Like 25 minutes? Okay. So I'll go on with the gist of the whole project and the presentation. So we all pay EB bills, right? We all pay EB bills. So what's being happening in TN is that நம்ம வந்து எவ்வளோ electricity யூஸ் பண்ணுறோமோ அதை விட அதிக electricity நம்ம வந்துட்டு கன்சியூம் நம்ம எவ்வளோ யூஸ் பண்ணுறோமோ அதை விட அதிகமாக தான் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க because there shouldn't be any shortage. So நம்ம எவ்வளோ electricity யூஸ் பண்ணுறோமோ அதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் we are paying for it, right? So அதனால there is an uncertainty as to how much electricity everybody is using. So இந்த கான்செப்ட்ல கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு எவ்வளோ லாஸ் ஆகுதுன்னு கேட்டா around 11 crores per year. I know it's 11 or 34. I'm not pretty sure about it. It's been a long time since I was going through all these facts. And to actually work on this real-time problem statement, we came up with this idea where we would basically create a decentralized application. Everybody, Day scholars, I'm aware that you guys need to leave, so it's totally fine. Thank you so much for sticking out this, for the whole day. Bus Kaga, you can all leave. Yeah, right? Yes.
Volunteers make sure that only day scholars are leaving.
Okay.
I know.
Yes. So this decentralized application would have packaged and subscriptional models. In packaged models, you would there is a bit of a bit of a commotion. Okay. I don't want to waste my time. So in these packaged models, we would actually pay for the electricity beforehand, and then we would use it. And the subscriptional model it's close to whatever we are doing right now. But all of this would happen with the usage of LX coins, which are actually utility tokens like crypto tokens. And the ledger would be maintained in a blockchain, probably built upon Polkadot. And that's how we are planning. That's how we plan the presentation. And then there are three possible loopholes in the project. I'm using 500 units per month, and I have got 600 units using packaged model. That means 100 units are going to be wasted. Or the other possibility would be, I would be using 500 units a month, but I have only got 400 units. Which means now electricity in the problem, we also have secondary black market. I wouldn't say it's a black market, there are secondary markets who buy electricity in whole or use a subscriptional model, and they can sell electricity in the black, when the people are running out. If you have more electricity than you're going to be using in a month, then you can sell your electricity. You can apparently transfer that amount of electricity into the other person's account. But this is a black market loop. We also have packaged models. ஒரு மாசம் வாங்குன electricity அந்த மாசத்தோடயே காலியாயிடும். அதை நீங்க யூஸ் பண்றீங்களோ இல்லையோ it will get expired. So this is basically the idea. But இப்போ packaged model people எதுக்காக prefer பண்ணணும்? Subscriptional modelே நல்லா தான் இருக்கு. எவ்வளவு யூஸ் பண்றோமோ யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு கடைசில கொடுத்துருவோம், பே பண்ணிடுவோம். இப்போ packaged model வாங்குனானா எவ்வளவு யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம்ன்ற யோசிக்கணும். கம்மியானாலும் பிரச்சனை, அதிகமானாலும் பிரச்சனை. For that we were planning to have an AI based extension on our decentralized application which tracks our electricity usage behavior. நம்ம எப்படி யூஸ் பண்றோம், எந்த மந்த்ல எப்படி யூஸ் பண்றோம், அது ஒரு சின்ன ட்ராக் பண்ணி it will suggest us இந்த மந்த்துக்கு எவ்வளவு எடுத்தா கரெக்டா இருக்கும் அப்படின்றது, which is pretty interesting, right? It's like a hybrid concept, AI, Web3, blockchain. So we just thought this idea is really nice, and we won. Basically, this is actually a nice idea, but acceptance rate will be really less. In our blockchain, patti therinja nama mattum electricity bill pay panna poradilla. Villages la avlo blockchain patti exposure adhigam illada places அப்படினு எல்லாரும் electricity pay பண்ண போறாங்க. So இந்த மாதிரி கான்செப்ட் இருக்கு. இதுனா அப்படி அதுனா எப்படி நான் உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்கும். So adoption rate would be really less, and then there are lawsuits which we need to go through. இதெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு we have already stated under comparative landscape which actually exhibited what that we know what our shortcomings are அப்படினு. So basically this was our idea. I just wanted to share it with you guys. And what made us win, this idea is pretty nice, I know that, but what made us win was training and exposure. We've got training for 5 days and exposure to all the industry people. That was the first and the foremost thing. And then networking and guidance. I actually went on a G-meet with an industry guy that I met in the alt hack, and he actually helped me understand what are the shortcomings and loopholes in my project, and I came up with solutions for that. But because the panel now, when I would be presenting on top, on the stage, the panels, the jury panel would have asked me those questions, and I would have been like, no, I don't know. So he actually definitely helped me, understand the shortcomings in our project, and I could come up with, we could come up with a solution for that. Creativity and dare. Blockchain எடுத்துக்கிட்டாலே it's based on ledgers, it's DeFi space and finance அந்த இடத்துல தான் வரும். But we wanted to move out of that box and just take this real-time problem in the electricity problem, electricity production, generation, operational cost problem எடுத்துக்கிட்டு we worked on it. So that is creativity and the dare to do it. Even though we knew that we have a wide competitive landscape, we didn't give up on it. We stuck to that idea. So that's dare for you. Communicate your heart out. Always communicate your heart out. If I didn't communicate my heart out, I wouldn't be there winning or doing anything with anybody. And then brag the hell out in social media. Just put whatever you're doing in social media, right? Whatever, not like going out, eating, having fun with friends. And that you can do or you may not, it's totally up to you. But what I'm talking about is your achievements, the things you do, exposure, the places you go, the people you meet, brag about all of that absolutely in social media. And how do you think I'm here today? I am doing my CSE back in Chennai. I went to one random hackathon and we won it. And then I was back in my college working on some stuffs, giving exams, bunking classes, having fun with my friends. And then suddenly I'm here today. Oh, and why do you think is that? How did I land up here? Okay, I'm not expecting for an answer. It's as, being attentive, I'm not going to bother you guys with questions or anything. Just listen to me and that'll be okay. I know everybody is tired and I'm just striving to make, wind this up as soon as possible. All while, communicating with you guys what I wanted to talk. Yes. So how do you think I'm here today talking the talk that I am talking? Because I didn't do anything much. I just posted that I won this, went there, talked with this people on LinkedIn. Apparently, one of the volunteers came across that and they were like, they just asked me, will you be able to do this? And I said yes. I had to convince people at my home to travel from Chennai to Coimbatore. Actually, my father has accompanied me. But it's just a matter of efforts, and the first step is just posting anything you do. If you're doing a course or you went to this meetup, it doesn't have to be, a hackathon that you just went to a meetup with the industry people, or you have went to a workshop. It's a really nice experience to go to places and post about it, and it's a win-win situation. அவங்களுக்கும் ஸ்பீக்கர் கிடைச்ச மாதிரி இருக்கும், நம்மளும் நாலு போய் பேசின மாதிரி இருக்கும், right? This is something I had already. You are not living up to it. You can fail, get up, start over, fail again, start over again and again and again. This is definitely a process. I appreciate the learning curves that the speakers today were showing us. That's exactly how a learning process looks. Yes, and being a woman. Yes, absolutely. Of course, I told my father accompanied me to this talk today because I can't come alone. This industry, STEM, everybody aware of STEM? Science, technology, engineering, and I forgot what M stands for. But in the field, it's actually hard. People usually expect women to become doctors, physicians, teachers, professors. They don't, are comfortable seeing us as pilots, as astronauts, as coders. It's a gender-specific role, Madhuri. We have stereotypes in our minds. We are really doing a great job breaking all those stereotypes already, but it's not easy. It's never been easy for any women out there. I directly connect to everybody, that's right in front of me, especially all the women in front of me. I directly connect to each one of you because I know what it takes to go out, talk. And there's this thing called, what do they call it? It's called pretty, Pretty advantages. It's a better word, but I'll go with advantages. Pretty advantages. People treat you better just because you're pretty. Now, I'm not suggesting I am pretty in any way, but people treat you better just because you're a woman, just because you're pretty. They just leave you, space when you're walking. They hold the door for you. I've always hated when people do that to me. I've always hated because I'm a woman, because I can't hold the door for myself. There are pretty advantages that sometimes we get. I'm totally against it. And these are, children problems of being a woman. But there are advantages in being a woman, just like pretty advantages. you can always take it as an advantage or a disadvantage. It's on your state of mind. But it's time to take advantage of womanhood. It's time to take advantage of what only we are capable of doing that nobody else is, because it is us today and here, and not somebody else tomorrow somewhere else. Yes. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. This is my first talk. Thank you so much, guys. I would have wanted you all to be, better interactive, but I totally understand that this is, end of the day and everybody's tired, so I just want you all to chill out. If there is anything you want to ask me, just ask me. And if there is anything technical, don't ask me, because I wouldn't be knowing anything. But if you want to ask me anything, if I don't know the answer for it, I'll show somebody else who knows the answer for it. And if they don't know the answer for it, I'll ask somebody else who knows the answer for it. Confusing? Okay. But you can ask me any questions. If you have any questions, please go on. Yes? No? Nothing? Okay, fine. If there's any questions, I'll still be hanging around in here for some more time. You can ask me, or I'll be leaving my LinkedIn, Instagram, my WhatsApp, and my email and everything with Shruti, so you can Shruti and Madhumita, so you can get it from them. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much, guys. Love you all.
Thank you, ma'am. It was your fulfilled presentation. I request WTM ambassador and organizer of this event to present a memento to Anisha Shankar. I request ma'am to accept it, Arjaman of Love. I would like to welcome Mr. Sharashchandra and Ms. Vashita to read it about the prize winners. Hi guys. Hi. Hi.
Seems good.
When I was standing here in the starting of the event, the seats were like, it was full. And now, people are sleeping, playing games, people are like, eating polunka, outpass. And a few people are like, pizza kudutila, burger kudutila. And few are like, literally discouraging. Okay, fine. So the thing is, we'll have a small fun activity, and then I'll announce the winners for the swags, and then we'll leave. Okay?
Maybe winners of the fun activity could be the prize holders. So answer everything. So before it, can you name the season? Summer season. I would say it's IPL season. IPL fans?
Dhoni season.
IPL fans, come on. Dhoni fans.
Dhoni season.
No guys. Even dignitaries, IPL fans. RCB, ever-ending love.
Yeah, so I really appreciate you people who are sitting here till the end of the event. I really do. So let me ask, yeah, that's for your time. So let me ask you something. How was the event? Good? Average? Very good? Enjoyed? Slept?
No.
I know. Okay. So, any of the day scholars left? You want to leave or something? No, right? Yeah. So, do you have any suggestions, or do someone want to come on the stage and talk how the event went, or anything? Or do you want to thank someone for giving you the knowledge? You want to say something special? No? No. நல்லா உட்காந்து பேசுறதுக்கு இந்த மாதிரிலாம் கூப்பிட்டு பேச சொல்றீங்க ஸ்டேஜ் மேல. You want?
Within the seats.
Talk.
Within the seats.
Okay, fine. You want mine?
அங்கே ரெண்டு பேர் தான்.
So yeah, my name is Kamesh, CSE second year. So today it's a wonderful event. The speakers also very good. Thanks to you all. So I need to share the speech like Anisha ma'am said about like the bridge between the current career and the future career. So I want to know you guys, please interest or focus on the goals which you have more interest, okay? Don't focus on the goals for the namesake. If you have interest on some goals or some of the activities, just put your whole effort or in-depth effort or in-depth learning. So at least after few days or few weeks, you will get some response from that. It's okay. So please put on effort on the same thing. Don't go like எல்லாத்தையும் காலேஜ் காதீங்க ஏதோ ஒரு இதில் மட்டும் காலேஜ் போயிட்டே இருங்க. Okay. So thank you guys. Please focus on the learning.
That was great, and thank you, Kamesh. And people who came from outside. So you guys enjoyed it? You guys, except AC is an exception. Except that, did you guys had fun? Thank you for that. And anyone else want to talk or thank someone? Yeah, please. Yes, at least you can clap for the people who are coming here.
Yeah, so good evening everyone. So this is Sajid from second year CSE. So I would like to thank each and every speaker, like all were just awesome. And we had some technical sessions, we enjoyed much, and we came to know about many people, we got connections, we learned something new today. From their experience, like how Anisha ma'am achieved in her hackathon, how each and everyone came, what was their past life, what they did, everything we came to know. So this was such a new experience, and I think this is my first event like this. So I gained a lot of experience. I thank all the speakers for that, and I thank the organizing committee for doing such a wonderful event. Thank you everyone.
Thank you for thanking us. And any of the organizers want to speak? Anyone of you? Yeah, I will. Of course I will. But any, the others? Okay, fine. So I'll let it. And I would say thank you to each of our dignitaries. Like we had a really good time with you guys. Each one of us from the yesterday night till the time. And thank you for the parents who have accompanied your children. Encouraging them so much. That we really do appreciate that. And all the organizers, thank you so much for making the whole event very smooth. And participants, thank you for having a lot of patience and sitting till the time. And now I just ask Sharas Chandra to just announce the people who got this vaccine. All.
So winners. First prize goes to any guesses?
Before giving the swags, I'll just tell you guys how we are just giving the prize accordingly, okay? So the time when we announced about the scanning and giving the post first, so we saw the time when you posted in the WhatsApp group. So with that time, first come first serve. We always follow this computer science thing. So the first person who have posted in the very starting, and accordingly you will be getting first prize, second prize, and the third prize. Okay.
So the first person is Raj143 Surya.
I would like to call Miss Shruti PG to give away the song.
Hold on, it's not his name, it's his WhatsApp ID, that's it. Second prize goes to Libby.
She's a day scholar.
Okay, day scholars will be collecting their prizes tomorrow. And the third is Mahi.
Day scholar.
They will be collecting their prizes tomorrow. Thank you everyone. And the Amazon gift voucher will be announced pretty soon in the group itself. So stay tuned in the group. Don't keep the group in mute and just throw away. Just follow it. You guys can get many internship offers.
By the end of the day, you'll be. I mean, the people who got the Amazon vouchers, they'll be receiving the vouchers by the end of the day. So, Shruti Akka, anything to talk? All done? Sabita?
Now, it's time to wrap up the event. Thank you for making this event more special. Hope all of you guys have gained knowledge, got inspired, made connections and had fun. Once again, we thank all the speakers for their enlightening speeches and their motivation. Our beloved thank to our head, Professor Mr. Krishna Kumar. Our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Madhumita Shri, Google WTM Ambassador, GDS Lead. A very big thanks to Shruti PG, the co-lead of GDS and a WTIC member, for organizing such a wonderful event. I thank all the volunteers for their heartful contribution. Last but not the least, valuable participants who made this event an auspicious one. Hope this would be reached to everyone present here, and we wish it would give you a guidance to make a step ahead. We hope we made your day more accountable, and mentioning you people that we are excited to meet you soon in upcoming events. Till that, please stay connected with our GDSC and JIT in LinkedIn, Insta and Twitter. Thank you guys.
Thank you everyone. And the volunteers, stay back, we'll have a group photo. We'll have an individual photo.
And audience, you can just leave by backstage. Refreshments are provided to you. You can go get that and you can go to the hostel.
Yeah. Don't forget your things here. If anything is lost, we are not responsible. Make sure that everyone are having your refreshments. I know how tired you guys are. Volunteers, please guide them, no? After that, you come on the stage, we'll have fun.